PKA 642. Guests had trouble. No guest tonight, just the boys. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load and RealDBG.com. Bunch of wonderful products. We'll talk more about them later. Yeah, a little disappointing with the situation. And it's act of God, folks. Act of God. Harley lives in a third world country. It's called Quebec. And they have on and off electricity. It's normal for them there. Don't make fun of them. It's not appropriate. They have a difference. They're not Americans like us. They're not first.
They're sensitive about it, and
so we're trying to be sensitive. He says that he's expecting his electricity to be back sometime mid next week, which is very in line with Canadian public service. Response rates.
I mean, they got too many people out snatching guns up. They can't get the power back on this week. Maybe next week.
Yeah, maybe next week.
And there's a bit of a waiting line for the power, much like healthcare.
Exactly. Yeah, and Dick is ill. I think, is he dying? Is that what we heard? Verified?
That's what we hope. I think he's going to make it though.
Oh, yeah. We'll see. Fingers crossed. But yeah, I think we got it hopefully set up for next week with those two to come on. I hope, because I like those two. They're fun. When they were like beefing on Twitter, I did no research on what they were arguing about, but I just enjoyed watching it. Because
let me ask you this, without knowing anything, did Dick lose again? He loses every beef.
No, I think Dick's. I was told Dick's.
He's got to win.
Yeah,
I thought Dick is.
I don't think Harley knew all the facts before he started. But that's just what I heard secondhand. No, it'd be fun to hear from those guys.
Yeah,
I saw Dick lose to Destiny a couple times, and I lost to Destiny. To the ridiculous argument of like paint chips in the 1930s are the reason for racial disparity or something like that. Yeah. And he still out debated me. So it's a hard win.
Yeah. Well, I don't give a shit about hearing them debate whatever fucking issue on the boxing card. I just want to kind of ascertain what they're upset about and then keep them arguing. Just keep them fighting about it and bickering, because they're both gregarious guys who like to laugh and joke, and they can both roll with punches.
But one's way bigger than the other.
So yes, but it's online. You don't know that.
Well,
I'd love to see that boxing match. Maybe it could be a real thing.
No, Canada versus Mexico.
Yeah. I don't think Dick's going to win that fight, so we can let Mexico be his main flag.
Yeah,
I'm confused because how big is Dick? Is he? You guys are acting like he's small.
Just compared to Harley, I think
he's a fucking giant in my mind.
Dick,
just a towering figure.
I think he's probably like
figuratively speaking
or so. But Harley's probably about 6 foot, maybe a little less.
Hasn't Dick been a boxer for like decades or something?
But he's all broken up. He injures himself all the time.
Broken down. He always talks about
his bicep bowling.
Maybe you're right. I just give a lot of credit.
Car and
if you told me that Dick didn't play the guitar like he used to, but he's 15 years into it, I'd be like, he's good though, right? Like he's been doing it for 15 years. Like I get it. He's got that terrible blister, but he's good, right? He's 15 years in.
He's that awful blister. Those 15 years.
I don't know what debilitating problem guitarists have. Arthritis would have been.
I think Dick is about 1.5 feet shorter than Harley, and
he's got
also suffering from multiple health issues. Well, Harley is a competing.
Harley's 7.5 feet.
Athlete.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dick's like 5'4" or something like that. He's Olay.
I'm going to choose to believe that.
Yeah.
That's just
Mighty Mouse, they call him.
I don't think that Dick is the kind of guy who would ever jump in the ring and fight someone. It doesn't seem like Dick's personality. Dick is a troll, and he's very fucking good at it. Like he's good at getting people upset. Like as I watched him responding to Harley about this boxing thing, I could tell Dick does not care either way about this boxing thing, but he saw an opportunity to rile someone up and create something, and he did. And what were the positions? It was, I don't even know. I don't even know. I was just laughing at it. But it's some bickering about like the boxing organization, and they kicked somebody out for like training with Sam Hyde briefly. Like this guy was going to fight in the creator class. I think creator class, is that right? And then he trained with Sam Hyde, and then they were like, "Hey, you can't do that. We're kicking you out. You're not in the competition anymore." And then a bunch of people were like, "Whoa, you're kicking this guy out just because he like." For 40 minutes or whatever, like threw some hands with Sam Hyde. Like he's not affiliated with him. Sam's not going to be in his corner. And then I think
Zach says you have it backwards, but I'm likely confused. I don't know.
Harley. Well, that's why we're going to have them on, folks, because they're the participants who know what's happening to them.
Nothing like that stopped me from botching it and getting every detail wrong.
Taylor, what's your best guess of what the whole thing's about?
Well, if you have an hour, like I'll just.
I think it involves the Animorphs.
Oh, Zach says you're right. I'm very confused.
Hell yeah. Damn, I got my finger on the fucking pulse of America, of Harley and Dick. But damn, that sucked. I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, Thursday PKA day. And I'm like, oh yeah, Dick and Harley are on. This is going to be a really fun one. And so I was like, bummed
it'll
out.
Still be a fun one. Yeah. Sometimes it's good just the boys.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy that too. We don't do enough of these. But like, you guys know, we all do the show together. Sometimes we get a text on Thursday of like, the guest is this person. And I'm like, like what the hell am I going to talk to this fucking guy about? And then other times it's like, it's Dick and Harley. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I can really, like, they're going to domineer huge portions of
who's my put your feet on the desk and enjoy the good show guest? Anthony Cumia. That guy is a pro. He's always on top of it. If you say something funny, he hits it back. If you say nothing, he'll say something funny. And
he's got,
what else do you need?
He's got that radio instinct that people don't have really. Like, he doesn't allow dead air. Like, if you've ever noticed that on episodes where we have him, like he's so used to that from being on Real Ass Radio. Like, if there's dead air, he immediately jumps in because that's like what a pro does. And so I love doing a show with him. It's great. I don't know. I haven't watched his actual program in many, many years, but I listen to old O&A constantly.
You linked me some clips the other day, and so now I'm getting recommended them more and more. And I guess Jim Norton does this character called, is it Uncle Paul?
Sure.
So he does this pedophile character. And he talks about, gotta help the little boys get their shorts down in the bathroom. They can't get them down.
Gotta help them into the bathtub.
You gotta watch them. You gotta watch them leave themselves, and sometimes you gotta give them a little pat on the bottom to help them get the last little bit out. You want to get it out, right? And they're like, someone goes, Jesus Christ. He's like, what? You want him to keep it in there? You want him to keep it in there? You want to get out every drop? That's what I say.
It's really uncomfortable. It's reprehensible, but like you just look up.
You
Jim
want
Norton.
Uncomfortable? Try it without cleaned out bowels. Jesus, Taylor, you're a sicko.
What Kyle just did is not even 5% as reprehensible as the character of Uncle Paul. So just look up Jim Norton, Uncle Paul, and there's a compilation of maybe 2.5 hours. And it's a character that, like, is the only purpose is to upset everyone else in the room. Like that's the whole point, because Opie hated Uncle Paul. And you could hear in Opie's voice, like he'd be like, oh, because Uncle Paul would show up and start. There'd be like a story about like, Opie's bring up, did you hear about that little boy with the said turtle at the amusement park? Because it was an old show with that viral clip. And he'll be like, yeah. And then after that, I took him and I showed him a new game, a private game in the woods. And it's like, it's like, God, stop it, fucking Uncle Paul, with your goddamn pedophilia. It's humor that doesn't play anymore.
Does he still do that? I was gonna say, like, pedo jokes, they're hard to tell now.
Well, he did it in. The fact he did a silly voice in a character makes it easier to be palatable.
Yeah,
but
that's
like
Uncle Paul.
Yeah, it's Uncle Paul. That's who it is. Yeah. And he's got a
Jim Norton didn't say that. The character he plays said that. He's innocent.
That's true. And it's the same thing of like the World War II collector who only has Nazi stuff. If Jim Norton had 15 characters and every one of them was a noxious pedophile, you'd go, okay, well, why are there so many uncles in this? But like he has 1 million characters. And so it's the same way where a guy's like, hey, yeah, I got this Nazi helmet, but it's because it kind of fills out the room. Check out this America and Italy stuff also. Like,
10 years ago, I sold T-shirts that said "Uncle with benefits." Those jokes don't fly anymore. I don't think. I don't know.
You could not pay me to wear that shirt. Fucking arrested? No. What does that mean?
What does it mean?
I don't understand what it means.
I always thought whenever I see a little kid wearing a like Father of the Year shirt, it like tickles me. I like to see that, like a 14-year-old dude wearing a Father of the Year shirt. Something about that just really gets me gets me going. Love that.
Tickles you greatly.
Yeah. I like seeing. I like those trashy shows where the teenagers have kids. they're like 14, 15. They're like, well, I just decided I want to have sex. And it's like, now I'm going to be 28 while my kid's in high school. Shit.
Do you ever talk to a teen parent about how it happened?
I know how it happened.
Yeah,
I do too.
Irresponsibility. Sin.
I have. I talked to a teen. First of all, I couldn't get anybody to fuck me at this point in my life. And I was like, how did you do that? And his girlfriend was hot. I've told this before, I think, but it's been a long time. His girlfriend was super hot. He was super not. And they were dating for some reason. I don't know. And she was fucking him for some reason. Again, I'm not sure why. But I could talk to this guy, and he explained that they had sex and they didn't have a baby. And then they had sex again and they didn't have a baby. And he's like, you know what? I guess that proves that I'm not fertile. I guess we are free to just fucking cream pie all we want, and there'll never be a baby.
It's true.
About 2 months later, he realized teenagers are actually quite fertile. And there she was, like 8 months pregnant in 10th grade, which is 15 years old for you.
It's a good look.
Americans.
Did they keep her in school, or did she like switch schools when she got really pregnant?
When she got really pregnant, she stayed in school for as long as she could. Call
Disgusting.
that 8.5 months or something. Like, she was pretty much full term as a student. And then I don't remember her coming back.
I think they should pull them out of school. I don't think you should be able to go to high school if you're pregnant. I think they should shame them. They should send them to a special.
It gives hope to the boys like me who aren't having sex that it's possible.
Yeah, and then people are going to get pregnant to get out of school.
Oh, they should castrate the boy.
Well,
it might have been.
I don't think that's appropriate. I think they should probably have a
This
stern.
was your idea. You're backing off now?
Was it my idea? Did I? Okay, then I'm in favor of it.
That's all it takes. Bam.
Yeah. If only I could get you on board with circumcision.
You never will. My mind is made up.
Taylor, you love Hillary.
I love Hillary.
He's like, oh, do I? Okay,
she's cool. Then. She's great. She has hot sauce in her purse. It makes her likable.
God, I hate that woman.
She's awful. Just the worst. Never been funny or charismatic ever. Not even on accident.
She's not coming back.
Do you think she's ever drank blood?
78. No, I don't think she's ever drank blood.
I don't know. She hasn't.
Sure.
And you can't. It's what it really is an unfalsifiable.
Here's the thing. I know for sure. I know for sure that Taylor's grandma has never been a part of some sort of a circle of trust where we all drink blood.
Very true.
And you know, maybe there's some dead children on the floor. I don't know that about Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
They don't do that in Missouri. They're into more of a
New York thing,
sort of thing there. Yeah.
It's
more of a Missouri. It's more of a New York
yeah, all right.
Academic, financial type sort of thing.
That makes sense.
I always hear about that owl cult that they're always supposedly a part of. Right?
You want to convince me Taylor's not part of that?
Is that the Bohemian Grove thing?
Yeah.
Where there's a big owl statue.
Yeah,
that's the one that like Alex Jones snuck into in like the early 2000s. Was that like a thing that made him big, or am I mistaken?
I don't know anything about that. I just always hear about the owl worship, like not necessarily like there's an owl there going whoo, and we're all like bowing to it, but you know, there's a statue of an owl god or some nonsense like that.
And then they do like Eyes Wide Shut, like sex parties.
That always seems to be a part of it.
They take the newest congressman who just got elected, and they make him fucking blow his highest donor in front of everyone, and they take video of it, and then. This is fucking fact, people.
He's still in his car. What's his name? Madison Cawthorn, still in his wheelchair, just blowing people.
Where's that guy? At the bottom of a set of stairs somewhere.
Hockey players threw his wheelchair away.
No, this is not a very good statue.
It's a high quality.
You know what? It was the lighting.
You know, when they get the fire going, you can really see it, eh?
Yeah.
Seems kind of. You thought it might be a stage play at first, but now this is clearly.
Is that a statue or a like?
I think it's a statue that
looks like formation.
It looks like shoulders with no head to me personally.
Yeah, I think it looks like one of those things where they're like, "Look,
how about a horned owl?
Mountain looks like a man looking down with brushy eyebrows," and you're like,
"Is it supposed to be a horned owl?" And those are the you know they have those.
Yeah,
eyebrows.
It's a rock formation that sort of looks like an owl. We have the answer.
Yeah,
Zach told us.
There we go. Now we're in the mix. Where is this? Let's visit.
Who built those steps though? Because like that's legitimate.
The owl's clearly wearing a cloak, a cape.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about all that, but somebody built those goddamn steps and stairs. That's like a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
Some rednecks didn't go in the wood and make that.
I bet Well, if they got hired,
teams of men showed up to make that.
They don't know about the Eyes Wide Shut stuff. They just show up and they go.
I'm just wondering who financed. But who's paying to have like this the whole stage built around the owl formation? You know what I mean?
If it is the government doing it, then we're paying for it.
Like George Public Soros Works can't keep a library from falling apart.
Soros a lot, and half the audience loves
probably Soros. Yeah, he is one of the biggest global political donors. Him or the Koch
brothers.
Out
one of the stairs with his space laser.
Koch brothers.
The Koch brother now. R.I.P. to that other one.
The brothers Koch.
Yeah, the brothers Koch. The brothers Grimm. Remember that movie?
Yeah, that was a terrible movie. Well, it's based off that's based off of all the old fairy tales, right? How they were a little bit darker shades.
Those are like the German fairy tales, and they're really they weren't uplifting or about like it was all the lessons in German fairy tales are like behave, like what do we learn from the owl who eats the eyes of naughty boys? To fucking behave. Like what
the Kaiser says.
Yeah. And what do we do when the worm comes to the front of the house after curfew and says, "Please let me in, I am in trouble"? We say, "Increase your responsibility, worm." We say that to him. "Get home, worm. You're against the rules. I'm calling the brown shirts."
Takes you a while to understand the words.
Does it?
It does. Like brown shirts. It was a little delay on that before I get it right.
Fair enough. I was watching I was reading Reddit and I saw there was a whole thread about the Animorphs. Do you remember the Animorphs?
Oh yeah, those great book.
For those who don't know, the Animorphs was a book series from let's call it the 90s, where children were given these powers by aliens to turn into animals, like any animal really, and it ended up being like even animals from outer space and stuff later on. But they were all like 12, 13, 14, that age group, but they're constantly being mutilated and ripped apart, and just horrible things often happen to them while they're in the form or they're for the guise of an animal.
I've never read it.
I love this. Thank you for this. Look at the starfish bitch. Let me tell you. So when she was in the form of a starfish, she got cut in half on a mission they were doing. And the way starfish work, each half created a new starfish with a different half of her personality. It was a whole problem. Yeah, there's some of the darkest childhood like literature you can imagine. Harry Potter's a little rough. Like kids get mutilated and die, but every book something awful happens to these people. Real psychological terror. And the artwork, at some point, the guy's just having a laugh.
That's hilarious. What kind of I remember seeing these books at like Barnes and Noble as a kid or in the library in like grade school, but I never read them. What kind of problems were they seeking to solve as a starfish?
Alien invasions. Like there's a whole race of aliens invading and trying to take over and like create mass genocide and stuff. And they have similar powers, if I remember correctly. But the thing is, they're from some scary, they've been to alien worlds all around. So they've seen scary fucking animals. So our kids are like, we got to go to the zoo, because I think they have to touch or at least see an animal to have it in their data bank or whatever. So they go to the zoo and there's a bear. Now I've got that. There's a tiger.
Oh, they can turn into
animals.
So she's not just a starfish.
No, there's just a scene in that book where she becomes one for her like underwater mission.
Yeah.
So they would generally become whatever animal was best for what they were doing. Maybe a fly on the wall would be convenient, or a fish in the ocean, or a bear to fight off an alien who's turned into a Tyrannosaurus, which I think happened. There were dinosaurs at one point.
Did you like this book series as a kid?
I read 2 of them.
Can't wait to see how they get out of it.
I only read 2 of them, and it just wasn't doing it for me. Something about I remember specifically reading them and not really being about it, and thinking Harry Potter was way cooler than the Animorphs. But then I saw that Reddit thread and read through, and what they do, they go book by book, the awful things that happened. Here's what happened to a 13-year-old in episode 4. The rapening. It's like, oh my god. Yeah,
it was real.
Because they'll be in. Sometimes they'll get stuck as the animal, and now they can't. Now this one kid's just a hawk forever, and they gotta be like, sorry, Jim. And Jim wants to eat mice because he's a hawk, but that's like traumatizing to him to like kill and eat a mouse with his face, you know. And it's a whole thing. There's lots of psychological terror that happens. One guy he's a fly. He gets swatted. Now he's all mangled and like eyeballs oozing out of his body, and his whole thorax is ruptured, but he's still alive.
But he can turn back into a human.
Well, not right then, or everybody would notice, right? He's got to lay there in agony for a while.
If you die as an animal, do you die for real? Is it like a dream?
So, yeah. Like several of the children die.
This is pretty
lots. Many of the children die.
I didn't know.
Here are some of the things that you might not remember as a kid. A child repeatedly experiences his intestines hanging out of his body while in various animal forms. The child in the form of a fly experiences getting splattered and smeared against a ceiling until his friends, who are also flies at the time, can peel his body off and take him somewhere where he can transform back into a whole human before his insect mind fades. The child is shrunken and experiences having her eyeballs digested out of her head inside her friend's stomach while she's still in the form of a tiny elephant.
Yep, this is pretty cool. She was blinded permanently by that.
Really?
I think so, yeah. I'm almost positive.
Dude, this is a fucked up book. I wouldn't have guessed this based on the cover. I thought it was like kids hanging out, turning into animals, maybe solving a minor mystery, like a boxcar.
Big mystery.
The heroes are forced to permanently imprison another child in the body of a rat because he knows too much. They abandon him on a tiny island with other rats and garbage.
In the ocean.
You know too much.
A tiny island in the ocean. Like no hope of ever getting away.
Is there a made-for-TV movie?
An ordinary ant gets transformed into a human child. It has no idea what's happening and is so overwhelmed by its huge new brain and sensory input that all it can do is scream until it dies. Nice. Yeah, they should make it. Fuck Harry Potter. This should be a movie. I want 8 movies of that.
Yeah, I want the Animorphs. I want it.
There's more than 8 books. There's many books.
Yeah, it's like Boxcar Kids.
I'm sure they go to space, and I'm sure that they either go back in time to get dinosaurs or to a dinosaur planet.
Did you ever read mystery books like in your school
Boxcar
library?
Children, love
Boxcar Kids, the
Lots
Boxcar Children. Do you remember I remember reading like a third of one of those books, and I read like a number of them, but like getting through it and being like, oh, I know the ending, and like as though that was hard, like being 7 years old and reading it, to where like every time the first guy who shows up and is mean, he's just a guy who has a stone heart, and his
red herring.
Died. Yeah, he always a red herring. The first person who shows up and is like really nice and offers the kids a meal, that's who did it. Every book. It'll be like, we have to hop off this boxcar and then go to the local school. Oh no, Mr. John C. Rapist has stopped us. And he's like,
for some reason, fictional food is always more desirable than any food you'd ever see at a bakery delight. Or a deli. A good example. And I remember this excerpt from one of the Boxcar Children books where they're talking about, because they lived in a boxcar, which in case you don't know is a car off of a train that's just a big box for storage, usually of live animals and such.
I think that sounded cool to live.
And it's been derailed and it's off in the woods, and they're living in the motherfucking thing, like half a dozen kids. And to keep their milk cool, because they had groceries to some extent, they had like bread and milk, they would put it in the creek. And as a kid, I remember thinking, because they described it as being very cool, and I remember thinking like, man, I wish I had milk that was kept cool by a creek. Meanwhile, I have a refrigerator keeping it at exactly 41.8 degrees because that's the perfect temperature for milk.
So you're like, man, I wish I had to go down to the creek and pull a jug out of the stream to drink.
Yeah. No, I liked those. I read a ton as a kid, and I liked the mystery stuff. I liked when there was a band of kids who were like brothers and sisters, because I didn't really have any brothers or sisters. I had the one, but we didn't get along and having fun together. Want to do our own thing. So no, I like that. And then Harry Potter too. See, I always identified with Harry Potter a little bit. His world was so cool. I was thinking, man, I've got a good family here and everything, but would I trade? Yeah, I'd trade. Fucking zap them. Fucking zap them so I can be a wizard. Like Harry Potter's supposed to be the sad story. He is the most famous, good-looking wizard in a wizard world. He has a cool ass scar.
Is he supposed to be good looking? Is that a thing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I picture Daniel Radcliffe. Even in the books, he's like above average looking. He's certainly not like geeky or anything or like gross. He just needs to like wash his hair. That's his main problem. But you know, he's famous, rich, good looking, powerful, well connected. it's not a sad story. Okay, his biggest problem is that there's a Hitler running around he's got to deal with, but that's everybody's problem. It's not like it's his personal Hitler. Everybody hates Voldemort. He's a problem for the world.
I am familiar enough to know he is a little like a personal Hitler, right? Like he wanted to.
he
wanted to kill Harry more than anybody else to get his powers back. His mind,
which was the only. Yeah, absolutely. That's a cool movie there where they like attach the guns to his hands.
I haven't seen that. He does a bunch of weird stuff now, and I like
it. Made so much Harry Potter movie money, he gets to do whatever he wants. Yeah.
That's great. I think Elijah Wood does that too, which is weird because they're both like short, similar-looking guys who starred in enormous fantasy series, and now they just do whatever movies they want.
Are you trying to convince me they're not the same person?
They are not. They are. Can you imagine how low, like how much that dude would run fantasy if you parlay Frodo into Harry Potter?
You know, they sign autographs for one another. They get recognized all the time. Like, oh, I love you so much. And then they start going on about the wrong universe.
Yeah. I loved you and Sam. Thanks. Sign as fucking Elijah.
I like that. There's a lot of black guys that happens to as well. I see them on Twitter. Like, I've signed your name so many times, man. I'm getting good at it.
I think that's polite. You know, they came up, they think you're someone else. You know what? I will sign as Elijah Wood. Boom. Give this person a story.
I like it.
Do you think they're going to bring Elijah Wood back at some point for another run at Frodo?
No,
because I do.
No, if they did, they'd have to do that. Well, actually, for Elijah Wood, he might be the one person on Earth who hasn't aged a day in the past 25 years.
He's aged in a way that makeup and CGI can throw him right back into a Frodo character.
Yeah, he does. He looks almost.
There's some people who aged like just perfectly so that they can still work in film forever. Patrick Stewart did okay. I mean, he's frail now, but some of his co-stars in the Star Trek reunion, it's like, ooh, they are using some digital shit on her face. Like, her face looks a little funky.
Patrick Stewart, you guys told me Patrick Stewart went bald real early, and that made
20s.
That was a having that be your having that be your like main look. Like
making that your baseline at 22 instead of 42 means that at 22 you stopped aging. Do you look older at 22? Yeah. But that being your look, it's
Zach, do you have a picture of Patrick Stewart when he played in the original Dune? Because I think he looks real good there, and he's the character who's now played by Jason Momoa in the modern Dune adaptation. He's like the Emperor's right-hand military man, like the commander of the armies, and also Paul Atreides
is the muscle in the original Dune. This guy?
He's the general, like, of the armies, and he's the personal trainer of the young prince. Like he's the guy training him in the arts of
I like war my personal trainers to have been to the gym.
In this world, Woody, of the Void Shield
tactician.
you want a more buff general? Is that what you're saying?
At least a buff personal trainer. For fuck's sake, this guy doesn't work out. Do you even lift Patrick Stewart?
I don't think my personal trainer, Kyle, meant like do your lat pull downs. Like, no, like this is how you do war. And
not knowing more about Dune, that's what I assume they're focused on.
I think he's more of a think more Yoda and less whatever you're thinking.
Jason Momoa.
Well, Yoda's pretty far from human.
So is this guy.
No, he's very much like a human, and he's played by an actual human. I'm almost positive.
Prove it.
Yoda actually was a pretty selfish character.
Oh,
like he had a lot more power, I'm guessing, than he actually used to try and stop shit. He totally sequestered himself in that little world. Said, "World's problems aren't mine," even though God or whoever bequeathed him with these powers.
Every fucking Jedi does that, right?
Shitty attitude.
Yoda did that. Luke Skywalker did that. Probably more.
The guy from Trainspotting, whatever his name is.
There is another example. I forget.
No, we'll see the thing with Yoda. In episode
Obi-Wan did that.
They're doing different.
They're all hiding in the nothingness when there's shit to get done.
I mean, if you're talking about the period after the war, when there's only like half of them in existence in the galaxy, and they've all gone into hiding to do their missions. Yeah, that's true. But Yoda got his ass kicked by Emperor Palpatine, and he was like, "I failed. I have to the bubbling swamps. I go.
Give up forever. I must."
Pretty much. Yeah, he got his ass kicked by
Obi-Wan hiding with the sand people.
He's not hiding. He's protecting the boy.
He's hiding.
Lay under a dirty Afghan in a fog and a swamp for 1,000 years. I will.
Well,
fuck him. He's a lazy bad character.
Exactly.
He's a Muppet, and he loves us all.
No, he doesn't.
If he loved me, he'd protect me from Sith Lords.
Have you ever had any Sith Lord issues?
Touche.
Yoda has been out there every step of the way watching your back, and here you are besmirching him. No. When you saw one set of footprints in the sand, you thought Yoda had left you. But all this time, he was just force hovering behind you watching. And
so I turned to Yoda and
that does make sense.
Why did you abandon me at these difficult times in my life? These times carrying you was I. No, you weren't. I see your little fucking shitty feet walking away to the concession stand.
Those are clearly my footprints. Your footprints are this big, you asshole.
Call to me on my shit, you have. I fucked off to a fog planet.
Fog planet.
Close.
It's the
masturbating at the swamps was I.
Dagobah. That's the name of the planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dagobah.
Yeah. That's the planet that Yoda was on. Yeah.
We were talking about Elijah Wood and his lookalike signing autographs for each other. Which YouTuber do you think you'd sign autographs for? Oh, can't reinsert wrong person. I love your stuff.
I've never been compared to anyone that wasn't just a huge insult. Like I've never had someone tweet me a picture of someone good looking and go, damn, doppelganger alert. It's always either someone who's actually retarded, like an actually retarded person, or a big fat guy who's like in the news because he is part of a heroin ring.
Someone sent me my doppelganger the other day in some TikTok. It's if you guys can find it, it's two dudes in a body of water. They're in kayaks maybe, and I think they're fishing. And one of them's black, and I think the black guy catches like a nice fish, and they start like laughing and like they're really overjoyed about it. Like maybe there was even a crocodile in the water. I don't really remember. It's been a minute. But the white dude, my dad may have had another son, and it's that white dude. Like, I need to talk to my dad. He looked so much like me. I was like, look at this. Like every angle, every time he turned his head, I was like, that's what the back of my head looks like. That looks like me. I mean, it was
reach
really
out
weird.
to him.
Yeah, it's true. Back when
white guy from TikTok.
Back when I used to look at the subreddit, every time they're like, this person looks like Woody. That person was like 30 pounds fatter than me and maybe just had bad taste in clothing or something. And that's what we shared in common. Also, brown-haired white guy. If I were to pick, maybe an old Philip DeFranco. Could I pass for an old Philly D?
Can't picture him right now. I am
not looking good. I saw a
he is looking
him
good.
The other day. Like he's got some mojo going on in the background. They're putting some of that digital CGI on him or something.
Oh, they're keeping him younger. You think a little De Niro treatment?
Yeah, they're going to have Philip DeFranco forever, just like Bruce Willis. Are you aware that Bruce Willis has dementia, and so
we talk about it every week.
Yeah,
and so he sold his deep fake, the rights to his deep fake to some company. And now I saw a commercial of him the other day, and I don't know, it was a soda or a beer, something like that. And it's Bruce Willis going, good drink. And he like drinks it, and it's a young Bruce Willis again. They just created him. And Bruce Willis is somewhere with dementia. He has nothing to do with Japanese soda.
So they're just selling his image to like sell Pepsi in Japan.
He was never there.
Here?
You see this commercial? That's what I'm saying is at no point was he in that room. Bruce Willis doesn't know that this happened. He just got a check. Like it would be like you appeared in this commercial and they sent you a check. We made another commercial of you, Taylor, and you'd say, "Oh, really? Thank you. Here's the money. Damn. Great." And that's what this is. Bruce Willis wasn't there. It's not his voice. It's all deep faked.
I like this. It's a new kind of long tail, right? Because I think Kyle's making a case that like he didn't earn this, and I'm like, no, he did earn this. There's a reason they chose Bruce Willis and not us, because he has this body of work out there, and this is his long tail. You sell your deep fake, and
no, I'm not making that case at all. That'd be silly. I think it's awesome
that he stressed that he didn't go there and do it, but it's the long tail off his career.
So that everyone understands the technology that this is
of deep fake. I'm glad we cleared that up.
Well, this isn't him sitting there. Well, up until this very moment, we've been talking about CGI technology where they take an old actor and they make them appear young. But he's not even there. There's some guy sitting there with dots on his face, right? That's not Bruce Willis.
Yeah. Damn. That is so weird, because I thought that was a still from a movie when you first brought it up. Like
no more movies for old Bruce.
Are you guys like, when I see pictures now, I'm always finger counting, and they're gonna get the fingers right sooner than later. Like, have you seen those hyper realistic where like you can tell something uncanny where it's like a celebrity dressed in a goofy outfit, but it's only that you 100% know it's like ridiculous when you're like, oh, the hands are messed up, that forearm is slightly too long. Like, if you just glance at it for 2 seconds, it can fool you. Like,
is figure counting an expression or actually counting?
No, actually, AI doesn't do hands right. And so if you look at an AI picture, often there'll be an extra knuckle, there'll be an extra folded finger. People holding hands is almost a knot. Like, they don't get hands right. And so you can finger count for now and see, like, tell when it's AI, because they're really bad at hands, which is a weird thing to be bad at. Although I guess apparently aren't hands hard to draw too. I'm not an artist.
I'm imagining trying to draw my hand right now, and I can't draw a circle, so I think it would be a real problem trying to draw.
If you wanted to like draw your right hand, you have to be like,
oh, I just trace it
with your
using your left. So.
You're doing it. No, not a tracing hand. The kind of hand with shadow that you could show someone and be like, wow, that's art.
Well, I'd start with the tracing.
Who are these people?
Well, that's isn't that Cardi B on the right? Or is it? And on the left, that's Spider-Man. Why are we looking at this? It's Nicki Minaj. I can't tell them apart. Throw Meg Thee Stallion in there, and I wouldn't know either.
And Spider-Man. What?
Why are we looking at this?
I think it's from what he mentioned before. There's a new TV show made entirely of deep fakes. So my guess is that neither of those people are there. See how that's not really them. That's somebody else, perhaps with dots on their face.
Indeed.
That could be. And damn, their arms are crossed, so we can't do the hand test.
Ooh, I didn't think about that. That might be really intentional.
It could be.
Yeah. When are you seeing AI made like drawings and stuff? That confused me too.
But yeah, you can just people post them on Twitter. You can
you mean like with the apps?
Like the apps, yeah. And like, even though it's crazy, like the ones that we were seeing 4 months ago are now absolute hog shit, like terrible compared to the ones now. And the ones now still can't get hands right. But I saw one of LeBron James where it had 5 fingers, so we're gonna have to come up with a new system soon because it's figuring hands out. Man, this is gonna work out. Like AI, like I don't think we can just unplug it if shit gets too scary.
Oh, I doubt that.
Right now it's just a tool.
It's gonna unplug us.
It's a tool to help you write better fucking cover letters, right?
But it won't be for long. It'll do better stuff eventually. Eventually, it'll get build orders right for RTS games, and
that'll be good. I think the scary thing would be if you gave it autonomy. If you're like, hey, Steve, you named it Steve. Don't do that. Don't give it a name. You're gonna run the security of this building. You keep those auto cannons all cleaned and polished now.
Yes, sir.
That'd be a problem, right? You know, the UPS man really wants to deliver a package one day, and he just auto cannons him. Must defend the perimeter at all costs. Oh shit! We should have mentioned that Dave, the UPS man, can't hear commands.
He knew that by walking into that building, he was agreeing to the defense measures of Bank of America, and so unfortunately, we're not going to make you whole. So come sweep up your husband.
Ever start a new hobby, and then you go to forums or Facebook or wherever it is that you can find other people who like this hobby, and try to build your own expertise by reading questions that the people asked, asking your own questions, etc. If you were to start a flower garden right now, you'd be like, guys, my flowers are wilting. And some asshole would tell you need more nitrogen. Someone would tell you need to water it. And someone else would tell you have too much water. And it is your job as a new hobbyist to figure out which one of these people is actually a group expert and which one of them is just full of shit, like spouting stuff, who asks even more basic questions than you do when he's not answering yours, right? And so you need to figure this out. AI seems like a tool that just reads this shit and puts it together without being very good at figuring out who the group experts are and who the idiots are. So when you ask it a build order, it kind of regurgitates shit that it saw somewhere else with no idea that this guy's an expert and this guy's a fool. And what you get is this untrustworthy sort of mix of good advice and bad.
Don't you maybe get the mean opinion? And I don't mean the one that's
right, average.
I mean the average opinion of. So like with politics and stuff, I've noticed it can be frustrating to ask questions that are politically charged, or the answers could potentially be politically motivated, or it could make the AI look bad if it answers a certain way. You get weird responses sometimes there. But I think if you asked it how to garden, I bet the average answer on the internet is a pretty good answer, and it'd get it right, right? It's getting better as it goes. I know all of the people that I talk to, they're like, well, I use it for this, and I use it for that. And all of their jobs, they're using it to sort of automate or take over this one little corner of their jobs that was just like busy work almost. And this thing could just collate and put everything in this nice little package that they can email off real quick and trust. I see a lot of people using it that way. And the whole idea of a book report's retarded anyway. Like that was just to make sure you read the book, right?
I mean, it is like reading comprehension is important. Like making sure that you are retaining information. Simple. Like if you can't write a book report, you're a fucking retard. Like no holds barred. Like
catching strays here. Taylor just fired indiscriminately.
Just fine. I'm serious. Like if you can't figure a fucking book report out, you're surmising a book. What is this boxcar book about? Susan thought that Terry stole the jewels, but it turns out Terry's lazy eye just scared her, and it was really Mr. Greasy, across the street. Like, and that's about it. Like, that's all that was meant to do. Like, I remember as a kid not understanding the point and being like, why does this dumb bitch need me to tell her what the book is about? It's like, no, she's making sure you're not a retard who like puts something together and is like, oh, so this guy just functionally can't string structured thoughts together in written word. Like he doesn't.
I actually think it has a lot of value. Like my impression based on our stories is Taylor was a much better 8th grader than I was. And but the me of today can absolutely write a book report. I don't mean to flex on you, but probably like 9th or 10th grade level at this point.
He's fucking A, bro.
So and the reason that I picked that up is all the have to read, have to learn. So in computer science, if you're an auditory learner, which means, I prefer to be told verbally stuff, shut the fuck up, you worthless pile of shit. Fucking turn off your computer and leave the building. You have no fucking value if all you can do is be spoon-fed information by your coworkers to learn. Become a reading learner or get the fuck out of this career. And I bet that's true with attorneys and doctors and so many more. If you're a warehouse manager, maybe you do learn by doing, or you learn by other people doing the job and whatever. But there are some jobs you have to have book smarts, to succeed in. And that's what book reports are for, to develop that skill set.
And there's a lot of stuff that like it takes, like learning by listening is way more passive and easy than learning by actively reading and forcing yourself to internalize that. So like the best engineers aren't listening to books on tape. Like I learned this, like they're reading, they're structuring things like visually. Like the best doctors aren't listening to a fucking podcast on how to do a surgery and then like popping the gloves on. Like they are analyzing like the top dudes at the surgery do. Like, so it's just like, instead of I think everyone would retain more visually if you it's harder because you have to force yourself to, like, you can't,
it felt like it was more about the language arts part of it, the structuring of the book report, than proving you read the book, because we had a whole system in our school to prove that you read the book, where they asked you like, I don't know, 20 questions. There's no way that you could pass the test. When we were doing Relay for Life and you were getting the points per book, you'd read the book and you take these 20 question tests. You score a 90 on it. It's like, yeah, here are your points. You clearly read the book. There'd be no way to fake this shit. Yeah, I tried to fake it once. I just ended up reading the book.
What about Cliff Notes?
You're in 4th grade.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just tough to get your hands on them.
Good point. Yes. But I remember the first time people might not know what Cliff Notes are. They were these, you have to read like Moby Dick, which of course is a big, thick, solid hardcover book. And then there'd be the Moby Dick Cliff Notes. They were these black and yellow covered. They had this like branding thing. And it would take 30 minutes to read the Cliff Notes. And it covered all the things that you need to know to pass a test. And I saw them in the store once, and I was like, oh, those are the legendary Cliff Notes. It's like having the answer key to various tests that you'll have to take. It's like, note to self, there's Cliff Notes here.
I remember seeing that at like 16 at Barnes & Noble, like Spark Notes on a show. You can sell those, like you can just buy that, like. And but now, at that point in life, you're like, well, school's pretty fucking easy. Like I'm not going to spend money on it. But yeah, I remember a kid at school, multiple kids like got in trouble like for having Spark Notes, those like exactly what you said, black and yellow little pamphlet books, and they'd like read them in the middle of the lunchroom, and some teacher would be like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" It's like, yeah, what'd you think? Like, why would you read that next to the English teacher? You trying like the least cool way to be a bad boy? Like, wow, this guy definitely didn't steal that, by the way, which would be cooler, to your 15-year-old brain. But yeah.
Would you do school differently if you could do it again? Like, what would you change?
I would
make it high school
I would absolutely have the mentality of like, this shit doesn't matter nearly as much as you thought it did. Like I was someone who like compared to like, you're
about
different.
The social part or the
academic part. Like, because I would like actually be like, oh, this is really important. I got to like work hard on this. Like, this is like, and there was so much stuff that like I worried about needlessly through like academic wise. That wasn't even hard because it was just like, yeah, I would go back and tell myself like, hey, settle down. Like none of this shit actually fucking matters. Like just get it. Might have
gotten a GED. Like just quit. Right.
Yeah, that might be better. I know. I enjoyed like my friends.
Imagine if. I mean, I don't know. You could have if for a year you could have just had that to yourself, like getting and just moved on and like prepared for the next step in your life, like whether that's college or whatever it is. Like if you'd had another year. Because what'd you learn senior year high school? Anything you're applying today? Probably not. No. You couldn't pick up in Cliff Notes.
Senior year was a ton of fun because like you didn't have to do anything, and so you like going to school was more fun senior year because it's like who gives a shit? Like just hanging out. It was nice. I didn't take a single AP senior year. I took 2 gyms, 2 study halls. I had the most.
I also had no APs my senior year.
Yeah,
they wouldn't let me.
No, I was scrambling to graduate high school.
Yeah,
I remember, like I was like I'd get worried about things needlessly, but I remember like this Indian kid who was obsessed with school, getting a 35 on his ACT instead of a 36 is a perfect score. 35 is probably top, 3%, 2%, like something, it's very high. And he got a 35 instead of a 36 and was like openly crying in the hallway, openly crying about it. And I wanted to be like, get your shit together, man. Like 35, like,
yeah, first you don't have to go home to his parents.
I know I don't, but like, that's like someone worth $10 million openly weeping around someone with 68 cents in their pocket. Like he was openly weeping around like dumbasses who got like horrid scores.
Remember which school he got into?
I don't remember which one. It was very good. Like he is a surgeon now, and like he's a
foot surgeon.
Is he still a pussy though?
No, he's a real deal surgeon. He's a neurosurgeon.
Oh well, it seems like the best.
I don't know. Right? I like my neurosurgeons to get 36s.
See, but I also like my neurosurgeons to be so fucking like obsessed with like doing the right thing that they cry over a 35. Like if there's someone who's gonna cry over a minor error, I want someone who's fucking around in my brain.
Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want a guy like, kind of giving it.
I don't think surgery is as hard as we think it is.
I know they're fucking they're gatekeepers.
I think the know-how, of course, is, but I think the actual techniques are like not that much more difficult than spackling drywall or doing a bit of plumbing. I think it's whenever you see them actually reconstructing something, they're like, all right. And then like club it with a hammer to smash everything apart. And then like, all right, let me get my saw out. And, man, I've done this before. I've worked on old cars. Like you're just sanding all the edges off right now. You're going to put some Bondo on and in a second.
You seen him put organs back in people?
Throw them at it like a piece of meat counter.
You imagine that it's like Operation, where you're like, careful, this is where this goes, this is where that. No, just a like holiday punch from a bowl the morning after into the sink. Like just
true.
Yes, they just dump organs back in, and it kind. I guess it just
put them back in there.
No, it just. I guess it just settles. Like it just kind of moves back around in your midsection. Yeah, and I mean these people regularly like leave junior mints and paper towels in you.
Sponges,
paper towels. Forceps. Springs.
All that other shit sounds terrible, but junior mints, I'm kind of into it. Little
junior mint.
Chocolatey.
Yeah.
That happened to a guy.
It did, and it almost killed him. It probably would almost kill you, right? Like a bunch of sugar just floating around in there, rotting.
That would almost kill you. Then I'd be a goner.
Yeah, but it's not in the. It's freewheeling in there. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Making a big.
If it were just like thrown into your body cavity, let's say we open your belly up and everything's reattached. I think they were taking that guy's spleen out or something off the top of my head. But you just leave that junior mint in your body cavity. My best guess is it becomes necrotic, like that junior mint starts rotting away in you, and bacteria's feeding on it, and you go septic in your stomach cavity.
I'm sure you die. Like it's nothing but the perfect food for the shit that would fuck you up.
I can hear Kramer telling me that it's the perfect food for bacteria, Jerry.
Perfect food for bacteria, Jerry.
I love it.
Jerry, you're not going to believe it. They dropped the junior mint in this. What if Kramer wanted to get the junior mint back? That would have been a better one. That was a Pigman episode. No, different. No, it was.
Is that also the episode where the Pigman jumped off and fell on George's car, and then he wanted the hospital to pay for the damages to his car because a man had fallen off a building and crushed his car? And I was on George's side. Like, you're parked outside a hospital, and some loon jumps off the roof, crushes your car. That's on the hospital, right?
Yeah, they can't be letting somebody some lunatic just run up on the roof.
No, I think it's on the loon's fault. I don't blame the building.
Well, he's not capable of controlling himself. Like that's why he was at that facility, is because he's a loon.
Okay,
they're responsible for
counter argument, because I took it extended to anywhere else. Like if you parked outside a place of business, or if I parked in your cornfield, and then
Pablo falls off Home Depot on my Hyundai, that's not Home Depot's fault. But Pigman jumps off the roof of St. Mary's. He was in their care. They allowed him to escape his restraints, gain access to said roof. And then, I mean, look at that was John Voight's car, Woody. That was a collector's item.
You're kind of winning me over. I started on the other side, but he was under their care. I get it.
I think he had grounds for a suit. I liked that episode. That was one time I was on George's side.
If your car gets damaged in a Target parking lot and one of their customers did it, I don't really hold Target responsible for something one of their customers did.
No, definitely not. But if Target had an insane person shackled to a bed in the back, and it was like, Target, you got to keep this guy shackled up, and then that guy escaped and stole your car, I think Target's got something to answer for. Hey, that guy that stole your car escaped the confines of the storeroom, and you were legally supposed to keep him there, but you let him run away.
Maybe.
This is what Seinfeld is about, moral quandaries. Questions.
The big questions.
The biggest questions. Is God real?
We have to talk about Trump being indicted and facing 34.
Yeah, and I guess technically being under arrest. First of all, I'm not sure, but I might have lost a bet on those grounds alone. I need to go back with my friend Mitty.
Me, or?
It would be with Mitty, because I have a few scattered around, but I need to go back through the chat logs and see exactly what we said the bet was. And I made 2 or 3, but his arrest might make me owe Mitty $100 because I never really thought that would happen. However, I may have literally quantified handcuffs, which I don't think ever happened.
And, you might get the $100.
And so because there was a point when I surrendered myself to the U.S. Marshals, and but they didn't put me in handcuffs or anything. They just said, like, waved a wand over me. You're under arrest now. It was like one of those. And then that's kind of what they did to Trump. So that's kind of a different
My understanding is no to handcuffs, no to mugshots, yes to fingerprints.
They weighed him.
Oh, he finally made it to 270. Right? He couldn't do it in 2022, but he got 270 on the scale.
You know what the Democrats are like, Woody? They're like that kid who finds out Santa Claus ain't real in kindergarten, and they can't wait to tell everybody that he's 270 pounds and his hands are little, and no, he's not a billionaire. No, he's not. He's not. They just want to ruin it for the rest of us. All of us.
Look,
Santa's sitting there in court.
Gloves.
This is like Miracle on 34th Street. I hope they bring like bag after bag of letters written to Donald Trump.
Santa.
Dude, let's start it. Let's write letters to Trump.
Oh man, I bet nobody's getting this.
Hey Trump, I think you're pretty cool. You didn't respond to my last letter. Write it like that Eminem song.
Truly yours.
Truly yours.
So I understand the charges against him. And I feel like a lot of people don't. I can lay it out hopefully in under a minute. Here's the scoop. He has hush money payments, which are legal, right? Heck, I'm under 2 NDAs right now. Stories I wish I could tell the show. But sometimes you pay people to keep their fucking mouth shut, and there you go. That part is legal. What's illegal is he logged these as business expenses as if they were legal expenses. So he falsified his business records to make it a tax break, when in reality, these were not business expenses. Cool. That's a misdemeanor. Unless you're falsifying your business records to commit another crime, right? You know, if the falsified business records are in support of some other crime, then that can become a felony. So was it supporting another crime? Well, what they're alleged, they haven't specified the crime. They asked the Bragg with the DA exactly what the crime was, and he said the law doesn't require me to specify the crime yet. So that's where that is. But everyone is saying it's campaign finance fraud. Is he guilty of campaign finance fraud? Now, if you talked to me even a week ago, I would have said, nah, I don't know. Hush money payments to porn stars and different people he fucked. That could very well be outside of the campaign. That he might be doing that because he's married, because he has a public image he wants to uphold. There are lots of reasons outside of running the campaign that maybe were his motivation for doing catch and release or catch and kill stories, where they'd pay, say, McDougal for the rights to her story, then never tell it. Or Stormy Daniels, where they just paid her to be quiet.
It didn't work out.
Well, it's funny you say that, because the reason that I think it was campaign finance fraud is Trump said, let's delay paying Stormy Daniels until after the election. Then we won't pay her at all because it won't matter. And I'm like, oh, shit. This wasn't about your wife or your kids finding out or anything like that. You have it in writing from Trump himself. Let's try to push this past the election, and then we just won't pay her at all. We'll stiff her on the bill. Very much on brand for Donald Trump, by the way. And so he's guilty. He did.
You think so?
He falsified his business records. That's not under dispute, really. That's the misdemeanor. And it was about the election. That's kind of guilty too. I mean, he said if we push this off till after the election, we won't pay her at all. So Trump has falsified business records to commit campaign finance fraud. And now the question is, like,
this is like not novel to him. Like, all of these fucking people say that they're going to spend stuff from their campaign money on other shit. Like, it seems like after that long last, like, this is what they're trying to get him on, like paying off Stormy Daniels. Like, they will throw whatever at him to try and get anything to make him not able to run again. Like, obviously that's what they want. So, like, it's just like this being a thing. Like, he paid off a porn star. Like, I don't give a fuck. If you really think that all these other people are really moral with their super PACs and their money, like, it's not. He's just being targeted.
They're absolutely not. I agree. Yeah, it seems like when you give money to someone and they have like 3 million left in their campaign, it suddenly becomes theirs somehow. Like, they're not allowed to spend on themselves, yet they do somehow.
Yeah, it is a slush fund that all these fuckers use to buy everything that they want. And so the idea that, like, oh, we have to be so serious about this right now with this fucking porn star hush money, it's like, this is absurd. Like,
here's what this feels like to me. And let me just take a step back.
Yeah.
Trump's campaign financier went to prison, right? His campaign manager went to prison. Trump's accountant went to prison. Trump's attorney went to prison for this, by the way. He went to prison for this. And you can say it's not a serious crime or whatever, but when he was getting out of prison, Trump said, no. Keep him in there longer. Don't let him out. Unless he agrees not to write a book.
Yeah.
Which is like, you want to talk about weaponizing the government, Jim Jordan? Look inward.
Well,
baby.
I mean, like there's
anyway,
they all do.
His accountant, his attorney, and his campaign finance manager all went to prison. Trump is a criminal. That's hardly under dispute. But the question is this the one we get him on? It feels to me like this is getting Al Capone on tax evasion. This is getting O.J. Simpson on kidnapping. Are we happy that that's what those guys went down for?
I mean, that's exactly what it is. Like they're trying anything to keep him from being able to run. That's what it seems like to me. Like they want to get something on him that precludes him from it because seemingly he's a lot more popular than the other Republican, DeSantis. Yeah. And I mean, obviously, like if the Democrats are going to lose, they would a million billion times rather DeSantis win than Trump. Like, I don't even think
the Democrats absolutely want Trump to win the primary. That's their strategy. And it's a dangerous strategy, I'll admit, right? The Democrats are like, Trump is a fucking loser. We beat him already. And he got smacked. Nearly every one of his like handpicked people in the midterms got their asses kicked. And Trump, of course, lost while Biden did what? Sat in a basement on Zoom calls doing nothing, letting Trump just lose his own election.
Yeah. Well, Biden let the media run his campaign for him largely. Like come on.
No. All you got to do is let Trump go on a mic and he'll lose the election for you. That's what Trump does. Trump, right now, they did a poll. 60% of America likes this trial and 40% doesn't. I think that poll result has nothing to do with the trial. I think it's 60% of Americans don't like Trump and 40% do. And that's what's up.
It could be. I'd be interested to see like where
in the polls midterms, are so iffy. The Democrats financially supported the campaigns of the people that Trump supported. Why? Because they thought they were easy to beat, and they were right. It seemed dangerous at the time. Like, oh my God, you really want to go up against this guy? What if he wins? Every fucking one of them lost. And now
you could be right. They
want Trump. They want Trump to win the primary. Could be dangerous.
Nationally, Trump is more popular than DeSantis, so I don't get why they'd want to go up against Trump again. When DeSantis isn't as popular outside of Florida as Trump is.
I hear you. I think the Democrats are right on this. I think that no matter who wins the Republican primary, Trump, DeSantis, or someone we're not naming, they will be up against Biden on an equal footing, right? That's just coming out of the primary. There's two contenders and they both get a look. That person will be propelled to the same stage during the debates and they'll be held as an equal. So while DeSantis looks behind and weaker now, he'll be just as strong. Whoever wins the primary is going to be the guy.
That's true. Yeah, the other guy will fall out.
Trump's got a thing.
That thing hurts him. That's why that's why he lost last election and he got his ass kicked in the midterms.
I don't know how much you can blame the midterms directly on him. I mean, the candidates he picked were atrocious. That Federer, is that his name? Federer or Fetterman? I think it's
Fetterman.
The gentleman who'd had the stroke.
Not with it.
Still beat Trump's candidate.
My goodness.
Still beat Dr. Oz.
Was a doctor.
And we learned, and what we learned afterward is that he wasn't Dr. Phil. He's a real doctor.
Yes, yeah.
Apparently wasn't he like a brain surgeon or something?
Yeah, that's what we.
That guy can write a book report.
Yeah.
We were ripping on him. For
How about this? How about we have the two of them write book reports? Best one gets to govern the state.
Dr. Oz is going to win.
There's no way Fetterman can write a book report. It's going to be like one of those 4chan trolls where it's like, "Have you ever been so far as to actually never be so far as?" Dude,
I hate Fetterman's shtick. Fetterman's hoodie and like ill-fitting clothing shtick when he's actually from a fairly wealthy family. Nah, I don't. If that's who he was, I'd be for it. I'd be down. But he's cosplaying as somebody.
Yeah. You know what he looks like to me? He looks like a vampire's henchman. Like he looks like Igor. He'd be in the background, all hunched over. He's got a cloak, but he's got it pulled back right now. And even his boss is like, ugh. Put the cloak on. Fuck. Like he's so ghoulish looking. I'm sure he's a sweet guy, but goodness, he's had a stroke and he's brain damaged and he's Last I heard, he was still in the hospital. Meanwhile, Dr. Oz is still being a real fucking doctor.
Still being a real fucking doctor, not in the hospital for 2 months.
Thumbs up. I'm going to try to do my job again this week.
So just got out 2 days ago. So he was just...
Oh, he got out 2 days ago? I was just trying to look that up.
Out of commission for months and months right after winning the election.
Oh, jeez. So I generally try to...
After a major critique was he wasn't ready for the job.
The Washington Post, which is a left-leaning newspaper, for if anyone doesn't know, wrote an article. I didn't read it, but the headline is Fetterman's profile in courage in fighting depression. Oh, come on.
That's fucking embarrassing.
That's a real positive spin on a guy who took a lot of time off.
Man, we all fight depression, but we don't get no hero title.
I still fuck up and work 5 hours a week.
I still show up in this room.
You know how a hero handles depression? You never know that guy was depressed. He just comes right on out of it. He starts replying to your text messages again.
He just starts replying to your text. Dude, that is hilarious. That's when you know your guy friend isn't depressed anymore. He responded to your text again and he wants to hang out.
Where is he?
He's in
his cell at the
there's a guy right off screen in stocks in a stockade. The gag in his
Fetterman lives in a crack house.
I'm gonna need something certifying that man doesn't have donkey brains, because I'm convinced that's a nitwit school he's in right now.
I mean he's as donkey brained as you can get. There's no institution that would undonkey brain him.
I feel mean, but goddamn, like he's a senator. I said governor earlier. Come on. I also hate his like folksy Carhartt and hoodie nonsense. You ain't no working man, dude.
He's not a working man.
The least calloused hands ever.
I know, right? Except for the head. Dude, lift some weights or something. You'll at least look like a worker.
Yeah. His giant clothes. This guy sucks.
Yeah, he is. Oh, dude, who hasn't believed that really loose, baggy clothes hide your bad body at one point or another? Like, oh yeah, no one can see what I look like in this.
Oh yeah, it's like the first time, like you're really, or you guys won't get this, but people out there will. The first time you get like pretty sincerely overweight in your life, and you're like, and you discover black clothes, and you're like, oh, I can go down this road a little longer, baby. And then you start blowing out your fat clothes. When you're too fat for a black t-shirt, life comes at you fast. Have you guys ever been in that mode where you put on like something as flattering as a black t-shirt and you were like, no, I really sincerely doubt Woody's been there. You've always been active.
For me, it's all about the chins. If I start like doing one of these deals and get like the chins are not right, that's when I know I'm out of spec.
What if your forehead does that?
Your forehead does that
it probably does.
No, nobody's forehead does that unless you got fucking nitwit school.
Unless you turn 50.
Does he have two hoodies on?
Yeah, he likes to double up.
Oh my, does he? Can you zoom in, Zach?
There's no way he's got two on.
That's twice as folksy.
That's double hoodies, right?
He's got two.
Is he wearing
an ascot? Just perennially chilly?
A gator? Zach says it's
he's not chilly because he's in his fucking shorts.
Got a goddamn scarf on under there.
And you can tell from the color of his legs.
Hey, lots of great people wear shorts all winter long. Yeah, that's
you know what you also can tell with this guy is that like by the color of his legs in those photos, he's not normally a shorts guy.
Really?
Yeah, his legs are pale.
I see him as a shorts guy.
Oh, that was the best one ever.
Guy.
Well, then I've maybe seen some bad lighting ones.
If he doesn't have genetic material from the Addams family, then I'm not
fucking Lurch.
that guy.
Or is that the Munsters? Is Lurch from the Munsters?
That's a powerful brow. Very.
He is.
He looks like Mongol. He looks like Mongol number 3 from a.
Look at that woman in the back. Befuddled at the beast she's witnessed.
Dude,
this man.
I wonder how tall he is. He looks tall.
Yeah, he does look tall.
She's yelling, "Look out, lady! He behind you!"
Yeah, he behind you. She's trying to be a Samaritan to protect this poor woman from that cave troll.
He's 6'8".
He's 6'8".
The sites 6'8" and 6'9" is what keeps coming up.
What an oaf! Just an oaf.
Oh, come on! You can't toss him a bone. 6'8" is cool.
It is, but he's not actually a cool looking 6'8". He's an oafy 6'8".
Well, that's because he makes a lot of bad choices.
6'8" is cool if you're in the NBA. 6'8" like this is just a freak show.
Well, you just are bothering people with your request for a longer hospital bed.
I think 6'8" is cool. Like, he's not cool, but like Dr. Disrespect, not a friend of mine. Enviable look though, right? Like he's fit and he's 6'8"-ish.
He's cool. I like Dr. Disrespect. I don't want to be that tall. I know about him.
That's too tall.
It is, but
if I have a slider and it's magical and I can be any of these heights, like that's not the one I pick. It's
10 foot. I'm going to be 10 feet tall. At the most. No one will make fun of me. You don't want to be
6'6" walking around. You're a freak show. Now, psycho guy's going to be like
6'6" is too tall.
Here's what's going to happen now that you're 6'6" and ripped, Woody. Some girl's going to look at you and her boyfriend's going to go, I could whip his ass. I don't know about that one. And that's going to happen everywhere you go.
Just tested constantly.
Yeah. You don't think so? Now he's glassing you in the side of the face. That's why Derek has his like particular look or whatever. He got cold cocked while he was a bouncer by someone that did nerve damage in his face or broke some bones or something like that. When you're big and intimidating looking, people make a point of assaulting you.
Not if you go if it's a magical slider, dude. Slide that shit to 8'11", Robert Wadlow height. No one is fucking with you. No one. 9'6". My friend Kyle,
what
he's
if it only
9'6".
Stretches you out? What Taylor? If I took you and stretched you out to 8'1", such a beanpole.
8'1", 212 pounds, baby. Just breaking
like a balloon animal.
Yeah, no, that what would be funny is I'd be like, now I can eat anything. And
then are you down to 212, or was that a hypothetical number?
No, that's like I weighed like a week ago. I'm at like 212 now. Yeah,
nice, outstanding.
So I'm angling heavy for that one. That one is the first number.
You want your weight to start with one?
It doesn't have to, not get crazy. Like 198 would be fine.
Right.
Like just like a one,
or like 1,000.
1,000, yeah. I went the wrong direction.
Just saying, Taylor. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, when I'm in the ones, I'm svelte by my standards. I feel
that's when you know you're too fat. When you get back to the
199.8.
We all start in the ones, more or less. You know, and but some of us get back there again. Like, are there any 1,000-pound people alive? Not right.
That one guy in Saudi Arabia, I think, cracked 1,000 like 15 years ago. He's the guy that they had to destroy part of his wall to bring him out with a crane. I think he hit 1K, but I don't think any women have ever hit 1K. Men. I don't think
winners.
I think it's a short-lived record because they tend to die very quickly.
Speaking of short-lived records, we've seen the South Park episode where strong woman is competing against the other strong women. Okay, well, for Woody's benefit, there's an episode where there's a very fit real lady with a vagina, and she's got like a six-pack, and she competes in like track and field as an adult, and her ex-boyfriend, to like be a dick, joins as a trans woman and like breaks all her records. So now she's silver medal on the podiums and stuff, and he's literally drawn and voiced like Macho Man Randy Savage.
Ooh, yeah. So,
I'm a strong woman. he's like doing, yeah, exactly.
He's all bloody on the
yeah, he whipped her ass. The one of the second place is his ex-girlfriend. He's just there to spite her. Well,
I know where this is going.
This more or less happened in real life last week or so, where I guess a trans woman had joined the weightlifting organization for women and set new records for everything. I think her bench press was in the nature of like 250, 260 or something. And a man who is a Olympic weightlifting coach, I believe, is his job. I guess he was probably upset by this. So he became a trans woman real quick. And he dropped in to pop all her records off real quick, blew him out by 100 pounds of lift.
Hell yeah.
Great. The trans woman, I know about this story. The trans woman is a trans woman. Now, she's a powerlifting trans woman, and she kind of, she has long blonde hair, but if you saw her, she doesn't pass, right? Like you'd be like, oh, this is, you do your own thing.
Like Daniel Radcliffe's girlfriend.
You clearly used to be a guy. I don't know that person.
That's a joke. She's pregnant, but she looks like a man.
Okay. Anyway, so this woman, she was started as a guy, but she wishes that she was a girl. So she's competing against the girl, and she won 8 of the 9 powerlifting events that she entered, and she set records. And let me see. Okay, that I saw her looking a little more feminine than that, but there you go. That's her. Trans woman. Not fair to compete against lifelong women. Is that a good term? I don't know. But here she is. This guy comes, dude. He vibes Taylor. He's got a full beard. He's just man. But for one cool weekend, said I'm a girl. he beat every record. They do for people that
I hope he took a spike shit in the girls' room too.
Powerlifting is bench press, squat, and deadlift. So he just set the women's record in all 3 of those and did his thing.
First thing he does when he gets there, he goes into the ladies' room to take a big healthy shit and adjust his jock strap.
Dude, show a picture of the guy that broke the records. I don't know. Do you remember his name, Kyle?
I think I saw a photo. He's a very big guy.
I remember him looking like Thor Bjornsson, but like the normal sized version, like bald head with like that sort of not very exactly wide. like the wide mohawk thing where it's like real high and tight, like you've shaved so much of the sides off that Thor does. He looked like a power lifter.
I saw him break the women's bench press record, and I think it was 270, so he did 370. Just by the way he pushed it up and down, I'm guessing he had 470 in him. Like he benched 370 like I bench 170.
Yeah, 370 was a lark. He was laughing while he was doing it. He was like, ha, watch this, guys, I'm trolling. Like he's just throwing around 370.
Yeah. No, I love that.
Yeah,
and of course that trans woman is like, oh, this is a mockery. It's making a mockery of everything we do. And it's like, that is the point he is trying to make. The leopards have eaten your face, my dear. Like you don't get why he's here. He's here because you're crushing little girls' dreams. If I know this, when I look at the at the gym, they had a records board. Man, if those girls' records were the ones I needed to push to beat, it'd be like, well, shit, let's just go home because I got most of those already. But the men's records were something to fucking aspire to. It's like, that takes a lifetime of effort to get to a 500-pound bench press or a fucking 675 squat or 800, whatever it was at my gym. It was something silly. They don't get too crazy because it's a fucking normal gym. But anyway, yeah.
I looked again. Taylor's more handsome than this dude. But when you see him, you'll see how
masculine he is.
Maybe they share an energy.
Perhaps. They both look like they would slap a woman, real or otherwise.
Right? Like
that guy looks strong as shit.
Yeah,
that guy looks strong as shit. Yeah,
he's the strongest woman on the planet. Of course he does.
That guy is a powerful woman.
Look how thick
would you please stop?
Look how thick that lady is.
No,
that's thick with 3 or 4 C's.
He's an anamorph.
That's a bad bitch right there.
That woman can deadlift.
The Animorphs are ruining sports because they're turning into gorillas and dominating weightlifting. That's how the Animorphs can handle it. Actually,
I wonder if their joints are built correctly for something like that. Like if I could animate the body of a gorilla, what tasks would I be good at, and what tasks would I be strangely ill-prepared for?
They're really good at pulling and really bad at throwing.
I bet their backs. I want to see.
Wait. Are they bad at throwing?
Yeah, they can't throw stuff the way we can, I guess, because their forearm is a different.
Too long.
Like it's too long, and so they get the same reason that like the angle, like apparently the length of their forearm imbues a lot more power, like in the lever action of it, and so that long forearm allows them to like grab your fingers, well, in the muscles, of course, and like tear them off, but also like they can't throw shit well.
When I see them throw, they throw like this.
Yeah.
Really?
I
thought I saw him throw sidearm a lot. Like I see him throw water bottles at the zoo.
Yeah. But never
they can't overhand like us. Yeah, and overhand is the best way to throw.
You would think so. Remember,
I don't know.
The Germans
every so often a weird pitcher does another thing, like throws sort of
down. Yeah.
Did you ever hear like in the World War II days, like apparently the American soldiers were like noticeably and markedly better at throwing grenades than every other group because no one else threw baseballs. And so like Germans and all them, like they couldn't throw it. as well as Americans get.
Maybe that's the design of a German grenade. It's that is it called a steel?
It's a potato masher, right?
That's that stick grenade where you've got the handle and the explosive end on it. I would rather throw that than a regular one anyway. I feel like I could flick that motherfucker.
Yeah, I wonder how heavy they are. Yeah, I like throwing those in World at War too.
I feel like if I was throwing for distance,
probably
maybe me, but maybe not you. Like, because you're good at throwing a ball.
Yeah, for distance, a ball would definitely be easier than the stick.
Yeah. Well, for someone who's good at throwing a ball, for someone who's kind of not that skilled at either, the stick might be better.
The stick will be harder to fuck up. I've seen so many people get nervous and mess up a grenade throw by the release happening too late. If you haven't thrown in a sport, like the release point is important. And if they get too far over, they just throw it over there, like laterally. You see that like in some of those opening day pitches sometimes that are embarrassing. But I've seen guys throw grenades on the internet just over there instead of the pit that's over there.
Yeah. Right at their own feet. Yeah, and the instructor has to like save them.
Or I saw one where it was a demonstration for cops, I think, recently. There's like 30 cops in a field. I think they're throwing flash grenades, stun grenades of some kind. But the dude just kind of threw it to his left, and everybody starts running away from it. It's going off. Some people get nervous, and they can't do things very well. Their motor skills go to shit. I know if your adrenaline's going really hard, my hands go numb and start tingling. Like when I have a big adrenaline dump in Tarkov, I'd be over here shaking my hands out trying to get and you know what it is? My brain thinks that I am in such a tense situation that blood that it's putting in my hands, that needs to be in here because we're about to do some shit. I need that blood to power my heart and my liver and get it out of there because we're about to get fucked up. It's just going to leak out, you know. Dude, and meanwhile, I'm clicking on pixels.
It's funny how your body gets that, because when I queue for a multiplayer Age of Empires 2 match, my body thinks that we might actually die because my hands are getting sweaty, because it is like you were talking about Warhammer 3, Kyle, and I've been playing a bunch of that. Like Warhammer 3 takes a lot of micromanagement of units, a huge amount of it. I would say realistically, the actions per minute you need in Warhammer 3 versus Age of Empires 2 is about 15 to 20% as many. Like you need probably about 5 times as many actions per minute in AoE, bare minimum. The pros get about 180 actions a minute in AoE, like 3 actions a second, some of them, like very, very fast. Like I stopped playing online with AoE for a bit because I would queue up and it would match me with someone, and then I would get nervous and then they would back out, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna play against AI again, man. Like I'm stressed, and then you start playing a game and you're like, this is going well. My little economy, it's going okay right now, and then someone rushes you in a way that you're not prepared for, and you're so in your own head freaking out. It's so stressful, but you get drawn into it because I know how upset it makes me when someone raids my base and is fucking with my early economy and everything, and it makes me panic. But I keep getting sucked in because I know that feeling of satisfaction when I'm the one fucking up their base early on. And it's just I know in my head, I'm like, this guy's fucking panicking right now. Like this guy's having a terrible time right now trying to deal with this. If he were a good player, he'd just wipe the floor with me, but we're both a similar tier of shit. And so I want to do my love of gaming has been rejuvenated with AoE so and Warhammer 3. I've been playing so much Warhammer 3 with Kyle. We've been having a fucking blast with it with people in the Discord and 1v1ing a ton.
I want to play a Rust wipe with you, because what you just described there, the scariness of a base being destroyed, that's what Rust is kind of about for me. It's about going and taking someone else's base and protecting your base. There's a lot of running around and dicking around, but man, it's so scary when even raiding someone else's base, because to go raid another person's base, you have to bring your rockets out of yours. Now you're outside with those rockets in your bag, right? Someone can come along and kill us and take our rockets. You can't imagine the work that went into making those rockets. All week has been about getting these rockets, and someone could just shoot us right now and take them. It's very scary. It's 4 a.m. in the real world, and we set alarms to wake up for our nighttime raids, because we want them to be fucking asleep in the real world and in the game. You have to time it. So it's like a movie when they're all wearing ski masks and they're drilling a hole in the vault, being quiet about it. That's how I raid. We're sneaking in, trying not to make a lot of noise.
I'm down to try Rust.
It's silly.
In FPSs, I'm definitely going to be a liability. for a while on teams, but
yeah. But the only way you're ever going to get better is by like losing a bunch. I've been killed so many goddamn times in so many fucking games.
It ironically, the absolute best game for me to start playing on PC was Age of Empires 2 because it set the anchor point. Like, because that was the first PC game I ever set up a shit ton of hotkeys for, it made me think that I was going to have to set up dozens of hotkeys for every game I played. Because in AoE, like, I have one for like my villager, like there's 15 of them for select all barracks, select all this, QA for build a farm, QQ, like all these other things. And so in my head, I was doing that for months and months and months, getting real quick at it. And I'm like, I feel like I'm kind of ready for other games. Maybe other games won't be too intimidating for me now because I'm good at this really old one. And then I try new games and I realize immediately, like, oh my God, I started with like S tier difficult game as far as hotkeys. It is laughable how little I've had to change in Warhammer 3.
There's not a lot of hotkeys.
Easy as shit.
Like, a lot of the pros don't use hotkeys. I think where
I can like take bong rips in the middle of games during Warhammer 3.
And you do. And I think the hard part of WASD for me was first-person shooters, because very quickly I kind of become acclimated to, oh yeah, this does this and that does that. Like I could walk around and say an RPG, like a Skyrim type game, and I'm not going to bump into trees after like 3 hours of doing that. But Jesus, making your character move while you're aiming, like the sort of the way you do on a controller, the way you're able to just kind of strafe out of cover and then track a target, click, and then as soon as you click, you're strafing back into cover, that sort of fluid way that you're able to play. It took years for me because I'm, maybe slow at learning things, and still I don't think I'm very good at it, but I, I'm as good as I'm going to get.
You think that's the genre of game you're best at? Shooters?
It has to be, not because I'm necessarily talented at it, but just I've spent so much time doing it. I think I'm just better than the average person that hasn't spent so much goddamn time researching and strategizing about it. I mean, even now, like most of my YouTube is spent watching Warhammer stuff and learning about Warhammer. I'll spend about an hour every morning just running simulations, when I drink my coffee, just learning what happens when you throw this rock against that piece of paper. So I know.
Is that what you're doing? You're doing that to learn?
Yeah.
I'm just making the cool armies and making them fight.
No, I'm running simulations that I'm like sticking in the back of my brain that, okay, this will do that to this in this scenario. And if you build enough of those, then when you look at a battlefield, you know where to send your stuff and when to, not send your stuff and what to do. The matchups are real important in that game.
Yeah.
At the higher end. It's a real fun game. I'm really glad you've gotten into gaming. We should play a game maybe that gets a bunch of us in on like a co-op type game of some kind. I like those. I like when you got like 5 guys running through a field on a mission and it's a little sketchy. There's some missions in Rust that are like that. Like there are these, you run around the map and you acquire these access key cards. And again, there's real players on the map who might see you and just kill you and take your shit. And then you just have to bounce from point A to point B, swiping the cards and getting access to these underground areas, killing AI, getting the good loot, and then getting it home. But again, meanwhile, assholes are everywhere trying to kill you and take it from you. So every time you see somebody who's like, I see people. All right, hide. Fucking hide. Don't shoot. The one guy's like, you shoot them, you make them angry, they'll come get us. Like, I've had that happen so many times.
Why don't you shoot them and kill them and win the fight?
We are incapable of doing that because it's Rust. When you see somebody at long distance in Rust, the best case scenario is you upset them. You have to be so talented to beam someone at range with a machine gun in Rust and kill them.
I'm confused.
Like actually kill them.
You just have to be more talented than them?
You have to. Yeah.
Which could be hard.
Impossible. I could make it my life's mission to be able to do what those people can do, and it would never happen. I would. Okay. It's the people who, and it's a little different now because they changed the recoil pattern in Rust. But you used to have to be some kind of a savant to make that AK-47 sit still and then hit a target across the map and go bup and kill them. Most of the time, engagements are sort of picking at each other from long range and like healing up. And it's close range where people die and get downed and teams fall apart. But they've changed the recoil in it. It's not as hard now. But I haven't played Rust in
because
a year and a half, 2 years.
Like, if you're geared in Tarkov, you're dressed to kill. Let's kill.
Yeah.
If you're not geared, I always knew there was a 1 in 4 chance anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, in Tarkov, you can absolutely beam somebody across the map. You know, one lucky shot will take them down. But Rust is frustrating. Yeah, I'm so glad you got into the game. When you bought that computer, I was like, there's no way he can afford not to play games with me now.
Then I have. We've been playing a ton. Like, it is so much fucking fun playing Warhammer 3 with Kyle on there. Like we sometimes we get we do 2v2s, and then we'll with like us
Patreons
and a couple other patrons in there. Yeah. And we had a funny one last night with a couple of patrons in there. We had set up and we were doing some 2v2s, and everybody's been getting better. And so like Kyle and I were on the same team for this one, and we weren't doing domination. We were doing land battle, which much less skill gap.
Fight to the death.
It's a fight to the death, just fighting to the death. There's, if Kyle and I were 2v2 in them in domination, it wouldn't be fun because we just control everything the whole time. And when you ready up in this game, it starts a timer for everyone else that they have to ready up. And it's considered very poor etiquette to do a sneaky ready to try and fool people and make it so their army can't be set up. And we also had a glitch that prevented us from starting the game unless you turned off unit caps. Now, what that means, Woody, is there are certain units in the game that are so unbelievably powerful that the game limits you to 1. So, like, there will be a special unit called the Black Orcs. Like, that's a high, like, class of orc infantry,
and then there's on your chessboard.
Yeah, that's a really good infantry unit. But then there's a special one called the Crimson Killers, and that's a special version of the already powerful Black Orcs, and they're even more expensive, and you can only bring one of them. The game limits you to 1 because
at
otherwise it's absurd.
Or like
1 at a time, 1 in the whole game. You can't, even if you can afford it, only 1 of those, and then it blacks out.
They're a unique regiment of renown.
Well, the regiments of renown.
The Crimson Killers.
Yeah, if you lose them, you can't get them back.
You can, the next game you can't. Basically, what it's meant to be is like you know how there'd be a regiment of fighter pilots, and then there'd be one called like the Killers, like this really dangerous renown one.
The Red Baron,
it's a regiment of renown. And Kyle had to turn off unit caps, and there's all sorts of regiments around. There's a special one for zombies, of specially like regenerating zombies. There's special ones for everything. And one person does in the 2v2 match immediately does a sneaky quick ready against me and Kyle, and we do not notice. And the other one, at the last second before the game, took advantage of the no unit caps and brought nothing but regiments of renown, the overpowered ones. And then, like, the battle starts with me and Kyle on our side, and we're like, first of all, we're playing, and we're like, oh, there's 4 seconds till the game starts. My army's not set up. And so the game starts, and both of our armies are in horrible positions because we got fooled. And then we start fighting, and I'm like, God damn, the Crimson Killers. And then, wait, the Crimson it's all Crimson Killers. It's nothing but Crimson Killers out here. And so we are like desperately trying to fight for our lives for it. And like Kyle and I are actually like, it's 12:30. It's the last game before bed. And I'm like a little cranky at it where I'm like, we're both like, you know what you did here, guys. Like, you know what you did. You sniped us with the army ready, and you took 1 billion of the best units because we turned off a setting that we had to turn off for the game not to glitch.
It's poor sportsmanship. That's what I call
sportsmanship. They apologized, and so everything water under the bridge now.
But they beat you.
In all honesty, it's only water under the bridge because we still won.
What?
Yeah, we still won. But yeah,
I didn't see that coming.
We're warlords of a pretty
absolutely.
Yeah, we're warlords now. We're pretty impressive. We know the buttons. We know what to click.
APMs and such.
APMs and such. It's great. Like I love RTS top-down war strategy games on maps more than anything.
I'm afraid I'm going to get indoctrinated into the figurine group, though.
Don't allow that. I'm not going to do it either.
Do it.
Because I'm into like all the other sides of the hobby. Like if it were a pentagram of Warhammer, I kind of like the animation. I like the books. I like the lore, if that's even a thing, and all the YouTube stuff. I like the video games.
Yeah,
man.
And over there's that tabletop.
He would have joined me in convincing Kyle to get figurines. Figurines are for cool people who do cool things.
They're fucking.
They do look neat. Henry Cavill has them, and he's cool.
See?
He has talent, though. He's good at painting figurines.
You're good at things.
Is he good at it, or does he just do it?
I bet he's good at it. It seems like he's good at anything he applies himself. He's Superman, Taylor.
Yeah, you're good
I bet he is.
Apply yourself to. You can do it.
I'm not into artistic things that involves paint. No, I don't want to own little man toys, though. I think that's the main thing. I'm into lots of nerdy shit, but it's all digital for the most part. There's no evidence if you walked into my home of how nerdy I am. It's all on the computer. It's like child porn. There's no dead kids laying around. There's not a little girl tied up in the bed. It's all on the piece of shit computer.
Is like a gay man who has never had sex with another man, but he's still gay. He knows what he wants. He knows what he likes. He's just faking.
The brawny man for the paper towel since a kid.
Right?
All Kyle's nerdness is hidden in a folder called Kyle 2017 Taxes.
His figurine love and pushes it deep down. Kyle doesn't want anyone to know the true him, that he's a figuriner. But
it's not just that. That's like another level of nerdiness. It really is.
He's a figure.
He's a fig.
I'm a figure.
He's a figure, and he doesn't want anyone to know.
I think figging is a thing, and it's disgusting that men do.
What is figging?
I don't know, but I'm sure that it's a disgusting thing that men do.
It's a guy who's into
Zach, tell me what figging means, because I bet it means like, I don't know, like putting your balls up your asshole or something. It's something awful.
There's gonna be some stupid sentence on Urban Dictionary, like, yeah, he was talking shit, and so I figged him.
But
Kyle's a closet figure, and he just doesn't want people to know.
I might be.
He's as nerdy as nerdy comes.
But here's, I thought if I exposed myself to some figging, and see how I feel, and then masturbate, and then I would know for sure if I was a figure. And man, I went to a YouTube channel where they fig, and they had like this table in this guy's garage where he had all that, that green styrofoam that you sort of shape with a saw to make a landscape.
My mother had a lot of that.
This guy has a lot of that. Your mother had a little bit. This guy,
basically no amount at all.
Your mother would be blown away if she saw the amount this man has. Trust me. And he's made this. It reminded me of those grown men with model trains, but less cool because trains are real. Conductors are real.
Dude, there's
that hat he's wearing. A professional wears that somewhere.
You know what?
Meanwhile,
I'm sorry. Let me.
You got your Dark Angels and your fucking Bloodborne Space Marines or whatever the fuck. And it's, come on, man. You hand painted all that shit. How much does all this cost? You could have bought a car. How much did all this cost? Each piece is a fucking $800 thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys haven't been to stores where they sell these, like if you go to stores where like, because I have a ton of nerdy shit around my house. People know, like when you come in to like a game store, there's Magic cards and board games and everything, and then usually behind the counter there's like some Warhammer figurines. And even if it's not a Warhammer specific shop, they'll have like a big one. And so like if you want to get like Kugath or a legendary lord, like a big figurine, that's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And if you want to get Kugath's right-hand lieutenant, that guy's going to cost you a couple $100. Like, and so these people you see with like the big,
they're gray.
Yeah, they're gray. Most like I saw a couple you could buy painted, which seems like it kind of defeats the purpose of the hobby for the people who are into it. Or maybe some people are really into just collecting and not the painting. I don't know, but this is not something I will get into. Like Magic is nerdy enough, and Magic like it's cards.
$1,000 an army.
It doesn't take a ton.
Like if you were frugal, it would cost you about $1,000 an army. I think someone told me they're probably a little.
And it would be the Magic the Gathering problem again, or any kind of pay to win game where you go into the store and you're happy with your army that you spent $1,100 on over the course of a couple of years, and then Joe Neighbor comes in and he's got an army that you're suddenly like, oh damn, like. I thought my fucking my Space Marine army was so cool, but that Orc army is like, that's so, maybe I could dabble it. Maybe I can start, just one figurine, just one, like, and then that's how it gets you. Yeah, just one more deck, just one more.
And I don't like hobbies that take up space. As much as I think Woody's former woodworking hobby is a great one because it's
space intensive.
It is space intensive. It's one of the most space intensive. You need a horse to get any worse, right? Like fucking stables.
You're totally right. The thing, what woodworkers sometimes do is they pack it too tight. I think actually strength training does that too. And then when you have to move shit to use shit, now your shop sucks. And I would argue that about a lot of gyms too. Like if you have to like get the cars out of the garage and take everything off the walls to start working out,
you don't have a gym.
I'm not into your gym. Yeah. But yes, woodworking, you can't pack it too tight because you got to deal with like sheets of plywood and 16-foot long boards and shit like that.
I don't like hobbies that take up space like that.
I'm on the other side. What if, hear me out on the coolness scale, What if I converted the Game of Thrones room to the train room? Right? This is a big room. You wouldn't
tell us.
It's like 30 feet by 60 feet. I don't even know how big this room is, but it's really big. And you could have a cool train.
You should do it. That's cooler than Game of Thrones at this point. No one talks about Game of Thrones. Trains are evergreen. Well, maybe they're not anymore.
Are you legitimately into the trains, or are you just being silly? Maybe a little both?
A little of both, right? I'm a little silly, but there's a part of me that's like, some of this shit's cool. Right? And the scale is a decision I think you make early on. As a kid, I don't know what the numbers are, but I had like a 1/256 scale, like, the smallest kind of train. But you make them just a little bit bigger, and they get really neat. And you go a little bit bigger than that. I don't know what this does to the price, but I've seen people sit on their like trains and they can pull humans around.
Damn.
And it's like, this is kind of neat. Like
they run on coal. There's some that you can like shove a little coal in there and make you've got a real steam engine, huh?
I've seen that. I've seen some that look like they run on coal, but low key, there's propane in there or something else. Like
smoke. You want a coal burning train in your house?
I don't know. I'm
space intensive hobby. Ventilation has been included.
It's just a terrible idea.
This guy is cool. Look at him with his whistle. That's me. I'm just a few years away from that.
All aboard the Alzheimer Express.
What is the handkerchief for?
That's for my spittle.
I mean, that guy's just having a fun time, blowing on the trains.
Look at that.
Oh, look, there's Senator Fetterman. That's a regular-sized train.
It is. And I like the same color as Thomas.
That's a regular train.
That train's neat.
I can tell he's into trains from the hat.
Is that what gave it away?
That's what told me he was
I can tell he's not all there by the vacant look.
No, that guy's taken every bit of irrelevant information in his life and replaced it with train facts.
I had a coworker that was like that. He was an accountant and was just so into trains. He had dedicated his basement to his train, and he had recreated like the railroad infrastructure in the New Jersey, Pennsylvania area. And like literally, like he took pictures and recreated the graffiti in his basement really cool. And stuff like that. He was into it in a super big way.
Well, we'll joke about this, or maybe I think stuff like this is really
go
cool.
That direction.
I think it's a cool little hobby to have. Like, if that's what you're into.
Opposite way.
No, go the opposite way. It's better for us to disagree.
This one to me seems lame.
Enjoying.
I don't know why this
not caring.
I don't care what anybody else does, but I'm just saying, if someone was trying to get me into that hobby and they said, Kyle, why won't you join us in training and trainery? I would say it looks like a pathetic old man hobby to hide from your wife, and no one should care that much about outmoded methods of transportation or track-based, steam-powered locomotives. We should really go talk to a therapist together. I'll come if it'll make you feel better. There's something wrong with you. That's what I would say. Because it's ridiculous. Look. You go spend that 40 grand on a fucking like beat up Ferrari and then restore it in your garage. Dude, I'll kiss your ass and tell you how cool your hobby is, because you're going to end up with a Ferrari. Why is that cooler than trains? Because he ends up with a Ferrari at the end. This guy, look at him. You know what I don't see? Anyone around him willing to stand in a picture next to this.
He's absolutely not going to let anyone else take credit for this.
I will say whatever that is looks incredible. You can film movies there.
Yeah.
The thing about the Ferrari that gives it the edge over this to me is you can go somewhere outside, right? Like, I would argue that if you bought a beat up Ferrari and then your thing was to bring it back to life and make it like new.
Sure.
That and making a train track with like recreating some area, to me, are really parallel. They're both kind of mechanical. They're both kind of physical. They're both kind of crafty. They're both kind of mechanically intelligent. I don't know if that's a thing. Like, they're a lot in common. But if you take that Ferrari and you so much as get a fucking milkshake 18 miles from here, now we've elevated this hobby to another thing. The wind in your hair, the like real life aspect to it. Whereas this guy can't take this outside his basement.
I just think of remember Sopranos, how Bobby was portrayed for his hobby. That is how I feel about trainery.
Didn't they portray people negatively for oral sex?
You think none of it? You don't think any part of this is cool?
The whole point was that was an outmoded ideal that none of them actually held themselves to. Tony ate pussy. They all ate pussy. He's like, hey, what goes on in this bedroom stays in this bedroom. She's like, yeah, twice a year. Like the
yeah. Yeah. Wait, but Kyle, you seriously don't think this is cool at all? None of this is kind of cool to you?
Something about
you wouldn't like to just hang out there.
I wonder what's wrong with I'll be honest, like something about this makes me think there's something wrong with the guy who spends this much time doing this.
This is just Kyle's closet figging denial.
It could be. But the thing about this hobby, I imagine him alone by himself without.
No, you got train buddies and stuff.
I can't. The train buddies show up to look when you're done.
This guy is a group expert in the online train community.
Yeah. This guy.
Yeah, he's a modder on our trainery.
Yeah.
I bet
and he's a power-hungry jerk.
Look at that. A fun time for families.
This guy, look how happy he is with that kid, nuts to butts.
Yeah, that guy loves trains.
No, Opie, there's not enough room for us.
Guys, hear me out. I have an idea. Let's alternate with children.
Let's all sit on the train and see. Oh. They're like doing a weight test. Like
everyone's aside, look what's in his hand. He's shoveling coal into that motherfucker.
He is, and that's pretty cool.
Oh, come on, that's neat.
Yeah, you don't think that's neat?
All right, see, this is outdoors. Then it becomes something kind of neat. What's weird isn't that you own a model train. It's when they build that big place that, in their garage, and the whole room has become the train room forever. And when he dies, their family just smashes it to smithereens.
Zach, can you go back a picture?
I would tell that guy, I'd be like, when you die, they're going to smash the fucking Grand Central Station you got. They're going to take old Ben, the locomotive, and throw it out into a dumpster. They're going to sell everything to the highest bidder on eBay. And guess what? That's me. And you know what I'm going to do?
I'm going to become the...
I'm saying this in his hospital bed.
I hate trains. I hate trains. I hate trains. Just
you know what I hate more than trains? People who like trains.
I hate every kind of train that I can't collect and put in my basement for me.
I never thought trains were interesting or cool. Any more interesting or cool than wheelbarrows or, the exit door to a movie theater. It was just another item that existed.
Really? How about this, Jack? What about those yellow cat? Those really big, like yellow cat construction trucks that were made of metal.
I grew up in a world where my dad had tractors and stuff, and his friends had, I would see construction happen. I saw the real ones.
Like I had a toy tractor that I liked playing with because I saw my grandpa's real tractor. Like you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't get any toys like that.
Oh,
mostly.
They didn't give like little 4-year-old Kyle the toy, a little tractor.
I had a 4-year-old. I had the Jeep.
That's a good gift. That's a good gift.
Oh, that's a good gift. So I saw this picture, not the guy in front, but the other two grown men. Those are the kind of people that our fans would say look just like Woody.
Yeah, look at that. Look at Woody riding the... Which one? All of them. They all look just like
They look just like Woody. And I'm like, really?
You know what I love here is this is an old grandpa who just loves trains.
They're like, look, that's Woody and Colin from 8 years ago.
His sons are not that sold on the trains. They don't really care. And even the grandkids are kind of like whatever. But they're playing into Grandpa's train interest and having a nice family moment. Very sweet.
Who put that fisherman cap on Opie?
They probably were fishing beforehand. Look, they're out. They're great outdoors.
I hope that kid's got sunscreen on.
Yes, he needs it.
You think it's a long route?
Look at the guy in the back. Look at his fucking genetics. They did not fall far. Look at that little man's hairline.
That guy's got the same side profile.
You know what I'm stuck on? Maybe it's just me, but that poor redheaded kid, his calves look like forearms to me. That's just not what humans look like.
He's a little kid. Yeah, he'll grow up. Or he'll get bad calf genetics and he won't. You never know.
I remember talking about a stage in puberty where like I had two crabgrass patches on the side above my dick and it just took a long time to bridge the middle. And Kyle said... Woody talks about a stage of puberty that I have never experienced. Yeah. Like that just didn't have. You guys didn't have that long, slow, drawn out entry.
It's like you started and then stopped again.
Yes, it was terrible.
You know how you'll have an early spring.
But where I was headed with that was that kid's calves. I never went through that phase. It like 3-year-old Woody didn't have forearms for calves. You were saying, Kyle?
I should just end it now with those calves. Lay down in front of that train. That's how those old guys kill themselves. They lay down on the tracks of their train and then just shoot themselves.
just banging into their head over and over.
Yeah, because the train won't do it. Yeah.
No, I think that trains is a great hobby for.
Do you really?
No.
Thank you. Jesus.
Oh, come on, it is great. I genuinely think it's a really cool
if that's what you're into, that I think it's fine. But
that's what's no. I asked
why is it not a good hobby?
Me personally, I would not invest in trains. It takes up an enormous amount of space, and after you make one route and you watch it do one route, I feel like you'd be like, "All right, fucking redo." Actually, that would be the fun part. Is like redoing it. Like
here's
like
what I saw Bobby
Hot Wheels
doing, and here's the lamest part. He was pretending he was an actual conductor, and he's like wearing the hat, right? And the overall
that makes it better to me.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's role playing. He's doing a character. Woot woot. Like just having a good time. Who's he hurting?
You know what those things call?
You're talking about hurting his kids.
Talking about like
yeah, he's like this family's absolutely
locomotive.
That'd be a funny skit. You see a guy like just like painting the final bit of his train, and it is immaculate, like clearly $1 million thing, and he goes upstairs into like a single wide hovel with hungry children. He's like, "Shut up! That's train funds!" Like steals things out of their.
Hey, where'd my coal money go? Who's been getting into my coal money? You know what coal costs in the 21st century? It's very hard to come by.
I think it's going down. Am I crazy?
Where would you go to get coal?
West Virginia.
That's good. I mean, you have to go to. That's what I mean.
They got free coal samples there. You just walk up, take what you want. Coal mines, public access. Are there public access mines anymore, or did enough people die that they shut that down?
When you say public access, do you mean are there mine shafts somewhere I could walk up to and just go down in? Because there are.
No, like an open one.
What do you mean by open?
Like still working.
Well, they wouldn't let you in because that's like going to a chemical plant and hey, what's going on in here?
But you could sneak in, I bet.
Why don't you sneak into one that's not in business?
You could sneak into DuPont, I suppose. It's a working.
Well, I'm not stupid. If I'm going to sneak into one and I'm going to get stuck, I'm sneaking into one that has people showing up on Monday.
So you're going to put like the cap on? Why are you invading a mine?
I think sneaking into coal mines is inherently stupid. You can't use that as an argument.
It is. There's so little payoff to sneaking into a coal mine.
15 cents worth of coal.
You try to dress up as a miner, but you're dressed like an old-timey miner with a pickaxe.
I've got no shirt on, coveralls, one button undone, pickaxe.
I got the black lung, Pop.
I'm sooty before I show up because I want to look the part.
I remember I used to go off-roading in Harlan, Kentucky a lot, and that is a coal mining town. And you'd see the coal miners come out. It's clear that these people haven't seen daylight for like 8 hours, and their faces are just coated with coal, like Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins and stuff. And I wasn't sure if I think that was a look they carried with pride. Like everyone knows coal miners make bank in that area, relative bank.
Yeah.
This is a town where everyone makes 22 grand a year, and these guys are pulling in over 60, 70 grand a year. Okay. But they're going to die soon, so they work hard.
Can they just wear a respirator?
I don't know. I think they find that it's just hard to live in a respirator. Actually, as I think about it, the pattern on their face from the coal dust had some sort of like respirator
they're wearing
pattern
on it. I bet they don't get the black lung anymore. I bet that's a thing of the past.
Maybe you're right.
I would hope that modern U.S. coal miners aren't getting killed by coal.
I bet they are.
We've got people for that.
16% of coal miners still contract black lung.
Jesus, that's a high percentage.
That's too high.
What's the general population's black lung percentage, though? That might be the norm.
It's probably about six. Well,
you can't stay as high without a control group.
Black lung,
even
I never met anyone with it.
I don't even know exactly what black lung is to know that it's bad.
Lungs, right?
I think my father-in-law had it.
He had it? Like he recovered from it?
He got a big settlement for it.
I see.
He was a fireman, and they didn't get the proper equipment to fight their fires, so they would just go in there and breathe smoke. And he had lung damage from it.
Yikes.
Ooh, yeah, this is... I mean, the picture on the Wikipedia, like, I bet they picked a really bad chunk of of a cold lung. Like, I bet they're all not that bad, but it's not good.
They cherry pick their black lung photo to make it look like a big deal.
Yeah.
Is that what you said, your theory?
To make it look like too big of a deal.
Contrast the same way they did Trayvon Martin. Come on, give him a fair shake.
They upped the sharpness, made it look all evil.
Oh man, I want to play video games. I want to fucking play.
Let me ask you that. So you're feeling the pull of video games right now. Sometimes when I get super into video games, it can come at the cost of some of the other productive things in my life. Like if I'm really, really into video games, I'm probably not really, really into strength training at the same time. I know Kyle's not like that, but I have been. Do you find that, like, I don't know, it's taken over something important?
Yeah, if I do. A
little?
Like, it's usually a short-term thing. Like when I got really into Age of Empires months and months ago, and then got really into Warhammer very recently. In both instances, like I think I missed 2-3 workouts just a couple times, just being like, well, Kyle just texted me to play Warhammer and I haven't done push day, but fuck that. I want to go play Warhammer. And so, but after a few days of that in a row, I'm like, oh, it's 2 a.m. and I'm not tired. Why? And it's like, well, because you moron, you're sitting still looking at goblins and ghouls on your screen all day. And so I fixed that pretty quick because my sleep schedule gets fucked if I don't work out.
But what about
immediately?
Other shit? Like, and this is me talking about me. Like, if I'm really into video games and this is my thing, like when I played Tarkov, I would play Tarkov for myself privately during the day, and I would make a lot of money, and then I'd play at night more recklessly with cooler kits that people might want to see, and maybe even lose money during those sessions. Hopefully not, but it could go that way. And then the next day back, and am I missing workouts? Maybe not exactly, but that grass is long, and that repair has been put off, and something else. Not you?
No, that definitely happens where something will pop up and it's like, fuck, I was supposed to call and pay that bill that wasn't on auto pay for some reason, and I forgot again. Or the one that happens to me where I have to shut it down is like I will rationalize totally any excuse to like have food delivered in. So I like if Kyle's like, hey, we're playing Warhammer all night, you in? And I'm like, yes. Like there's no chance I'm gonna go eat something healthy. Like I'm gonna be sitting there and be like, well, I'm gaming with my boys. Like I'm gonna order a pizza, and like I will. When I get really into something, my food ordering increases. Where I
because you don't have time,
I don't want to make the time selfish or stupidly. Yeah,
that too. The healthy thing to order is hibachi, and not to eat the yum yum sauce. It's like $12 to $15.
Oh, you gotta hit that 12. Way cheaper than mine.
Isn't the point of hibachi that like certainly evil yellow white sauce?
You got that, so you can't have that. You cannot have the yum.
That's the worst sauce in the world for you.
It is. I looked it up because I was curious, and I was ordering so much hibachi. How much is in this yum yum sauce? Each tablespoon, I think, was 150 or 200 calories. It's like the same as butter. It's like you might as well pour liquid melted butter on your rice and meat. And so I cut that out, and now all of a sudden you have white rice because I just get steamed rice, not the fried rice. And you've got grilled chicken or grilled sirloin or filet mignon and veggies. And there's some oils that shouldn't be in there, but fuck it. We can deal with that. And I'll just put sriracha on there. And that's about as healthy as you can.
And they give you that good soup.
I throw all that shit. I literally throw that straight into the trash.
You don't drink this or eat the soup?
That stupid fucking salad, all that straight in the trash. And I hope a kid goes hungry.
Well, the salad I don't eat because I used to get those at like hibachi places when I'd go, and I'd be like, this salad's great. And then you're like, oh, it's because it's like iceberg and like a shit ton of Thousand Island. Like I'm healthier avoiding this salad, but the soup is great. It's just salty as shit.
No, throw it straight in the trash.
Yeah, Kyle, your hibachi without the yum yum sauce is just healthy eating.
It's a quick way to get tasty rice, veggies, and rice delivered, which is why you should be delivering to begin with. It's like, man, I don't have time. I'm going to pay a premium for my food so that I can have my time to play this video game. Although if you unless you're buying in bulk, then making your own hibachi was going to cost you $20 anyway by the time you bought a package of chicken and everything else that goes into it.
But It's not hibachi anymore.
It's not hibachi.
If I told you I had a hack to make French fries healthier, just don't do the or oil.
Oh no!
Just have a dry potato.
You've got baked potato biscuits.
Potatoes.
Yeah, you'd be like, all right, Woody, that is healthier, but it sucks now.
Yeah, I mean, it still tastes like hibachi to me. I just forego the yum yum sauce and use sriracha instead. And I like sriracha a lot. I think it's got a lot of flavor, and I like hot sauce and everything.
This ties into one of my general diet tips, which is like eat healthy for a while, and your standards will lower.
Oh, big time.
I used to think vegetables tasted good because tasted good because there was a ton of butter on them. Butter and salt on your vegetables that makes them delicious. Still works.
It's true.
But if you take off the butter and salt, it only sucks for a couple of weeks. And then you're like, you know what? I taste the carrots and the green beans individually. there's a cornucopia of flavors bursting in my mouth. Yeah. Both peas and green beans.
The biggest one is when you haven't had anything sweeter than orange juice or probably anything sweeter than juice in months and months, and you have real sugar again. It's like, ugh, this is too much. This is too sweet. This is gross. It's like eating pure frosting. Mm-hmm. You know, it's.
You're describing a phenomenon I am not familiar with.
Really?
I am like an alcoholic with sugar. There was an alcoholic came to my high school, and he explained what it's like. He's, you haven't had alcohol for a long time, and then, but it's your thing. It was your life. It was everything. It was where your happiness came from, and it's been 18 months, and you say to yourself, just one. I'll just have one just to see what's up, and he tastes it, and he gets that comforting, happy burn that comes down, and he goes, oh, my old friend, you and I together again. That is me and sugar. That is me. If you toss an M&M at me right now, I get that comforting glow.
Well, then settles you down like a Twix. Just
one Oreo sitting there, just looking.
One Oreo is just a promise of more to come. I'd rather have no Oreos.
Have you seen Giannis, the Greek freak? He's an NBA player. You might not know him, but I think he's actually Greek. Anyway, he comes to America, and as a child, he could never afford. He grew up in a really poor place. Oreos, and he tries Oreos, and he's like, "Whoa, this is it. This is my new diet. I'm eating an Oreo-based diet." Oh. And then a month in, he's like, all right, I've had enough Oreos. They're kind of dry. Oreos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is too much. And he has a teammate be like, "Have you ever dipped them in milk?"
Oh,
and he's like, you put them in the milk? And he's like, yeah, you dip them in milk. Oreos are amazing. And he's like, all right, I'll try it. So he takes his Oreo and he drops it to the bottom of the glass. And they're like, no, you can't do that. You're doing it wrong. So he fishes it out and he tries it. And you have to see this guy. He's really emotive in his face. He's like, oh, Oreos and milk are amazing. I've never stopped. I'm an Oreo and milk
Meanwhile,
guy.
This is a guy who's unaware that America has turned the Oreo into 50 other products now.
Yeah.
There are cereals. There are like spreads. You can take an Oreo frosting that will go right on your toast and eat it for breakfast if you want. There's there's Oreo everything now, Taylor.
Yeah.
There's Oreo everything.
He's walk down that aisle more.
Oreo
Greek
tampons.
Freak is super cool. What?
Yeah.
Sounds sweet. Oh, and you could dip them in your tea.
Oreos.
Mm-hmm.
I'll dip them in anything.
Yeah. No, Oreos are
Oreo.
Oreos are.
You know what I don't like though? The Mega Stuff Oreo is just too much.
That's where you're so. Wait. How much more is Mega Stuff than Double Stuff?
It's like quadruple stuff. I think it's way too much.
A younger me would have said you're so wrong, but the maturity as I age has shown me that those dry chocolate bits that suck independently, they carry a good bit of that total flavor. And adulthood is when you realize the chocolate parts of the Oreo have a function too. Childhood is all cream. It's all the sugar.
Yeah, look at this.
Whoever made thin should be put in prison.
But wait, if the chocolate part's thin too, then they're so bad?
Actually, Mega Stuff, that doesn't look bad because the chocolate part is is wider too.
Why do they have something called most stuff that's above mega stuff? It's like
because diabetes is an epidemic. Kyle.
It should be giga stuff or penta stuff. Like what's bigger?
Am I the only? Stuff? I would like more cookie and then. Come on.
It goes from megabyte to gigabyte. Just make it giga stuff.
Yeah, giga stuff.
The ultra cream pie. Zach nailed it. That's what it should be called.
They probably they'll probably sell you a fucking like a peanut butter jar of that stuff.
The store. Fluff.
The fluff, yeah, because it's really stuff. I can't remember how great it is. No, their stuff.
That's trademarked stuff. You can't get that anywhere else.
I was aware that most stuff has 2 Fs. I'm only my IQ's well over 70.
There's probably a little asterisk like that looks like an exclamation point at the end of it that like ties to a claim on the back. That's like most stuff is a claim made by the Pepsi Corporation and the subsidiary, or whoever Pepsi fucking owns. I don't know. Pepsi owns so many snack. I know Pepsi owns Frito-Lay, right? And Frito-Lay owns a ton of different stuff.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm curious.
Yeah, Pepsi and
what's
Coke.
Your favorite? What's your favorite Little Debbie? Because nobody likes the raisin cream pies, but they're my favorite. Whatever that is looks retarded. That is absurd. It is the most Oreo. Cookies and cream. It's already cookies and cream.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's just taking.
It's literally cookies and cream.
You're right. This is spitting in God's face.
It's like making a ham sandwich that's filled with a ground up ham sandwich. You were already there.
You know, that's how they make Twixes.
Dude, the Oreo answer was interesting.
Yeah, did you know that the inside of a Twix is made from crushed up irregular Twix?
What? Nah.
Yeah, the inside of a Twix is made of Twix.
It's all caramel and...
No, the cookie crushed up part.
Really?
Yeah, like all the ones that aren't right. Because I watched some video where some guy was like, "Did you know that Twix are made of Twix?" I'm like, now I gotta fucking watch this shit. And so then I did, and
dude, that's a really complicated manufacturing software problem. So hear me out. I used to work in this business. If you were to make like a ballpoint pen, right? Imagine an exploded diagram of a ballpoint pen. You're like, all right, for every pen we sell, we need one spring, one tube of ink, one little clicker thing, and a clip thing, and a big tube, and whatever. All right, cool. If I told you that for every pen, there's like a recursive, like pen inside the pen, you're like, shit. The ingredients for a pen are infinity. Like there's no end to how many things I need to make pens. How do I solve this? I was on a tech support call, and one of the ingredients in beer somehow was beer. And I was like, well, I don't know anything about beer, and I don't know how to solve this problem for you. I'm only 23 years old.
Where do you're like, but wait, where does the beer come from? We make it.
The store, idiot.
This is going to be a rough conversation.
It's like a sourdough. You get a starter beer.
Oh, do you know some of those starter doughs are over 100 years old with the sourdough stuff? Yeah, it looks like some of those perpetual stews. So a perpetual stew, Woody, some of those have been going for a decade or more. It's a big cauldron over a heat source, and they have had it boiling with food in it that they have been serving for years.
Really?
Yeah, they just keep adding ingredients,
but it's never at zero.
It's never even close.
Dude, I looked up who owned Oreo, and so many fucking layers. Hang on. The Oreo is owned by Nabisco, a subsidiary of Mondelez, which is a subsidiary of Cadbury, a well-known British candy maker. I didn't. That's where it stops. So,
okay. Cadbury's their own man, eh? That's surprising. The people who make the Easter eggs.
I don't know if I've even had. Or no, yeah, you're right. The Easter eggs. I've definitely had one of those.
Yeah, that cream inside.
Cadbury owns Nabisco. You've eaten tons of shit, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I just mean the Cadbury eggs in particular. Those cream-filled chocolate eggs.
I love those things. They're amazing. I feel like I'm the only one.
Turn off.
I'm like, how do people not know they're incredible?
I like the cherries, the chocolate-covered cherries that have the cum inside.
Well, is it cum or is it snot?
I always hoped it was
cherries.
cum.
I've never liked chocolate covered cherries too much. If I'm don't put fucking fruit in my nonsense.
I was really
cherry
against you until you said
pickled in sugar, and you're calling fruit.
Yeah, there's probably still fucking vitamins in it.
No, there's never any vitamins in cherries. We don't eat cherries. No one eats normal cherries. Do you know? Like no. The only way we eat cherries is when we like pickle them in sugar and turn them into a candy.
I eat normal cherries.
Well,
as a kid, I would.
You eat all sorts of bizarre things. That latke bread that you eat every day is a weird item that most people
lavish bread.
What kind lavish bread? You're right. What kind
that
of
shit is good?
I'm confused now.
When do I eat cherries?
Yeah,
Jackie cuts them up and puts them in my Grey Doucette protein French toast.
Oh, damn. That sounds pretty fancy. And that's not a dessert. And so fruit's fine there.
Okay.
Does she pit them first or they come pitted?
She pits them. Yeah.
It's dangerous business. What if she misses one?
Then you eat a little bit of Jackie. What are you? There's a surprise fingertip in there.
Yeah.
One of my greatest fears is biting down on a pit as hard as when you're eating, you're reckless abandon. Taylor, it'd be like unmovable object or like unstoppable object, unmovable force. Taylor bites a pit. He has a nuclear fusion happens in his jaw. And that's how he became the nuclear jaw. You can fight crime there. No, I'm so afraid of biting down on a pit and breaking a tooth.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near a pitted fruit.
I've broken my tooth.
Olives can't be trusted.
I've never been a fan of olives. I don't think they bring enough to the table.
Don't olives have soft pits? That little red thing?
That is not a pit.
What is it?
It's a pimento.
Is it put there on purpose?
Yeah, they stuff it in there.
Seems like a high effort.
Pimentos
for cocktails. I've had.
I don't eat olives. I don't eat olives, and I don't let Jackie eat olives.
It's good. It's good.
Why don't you let Jackie eat olives?
Because she's temporarily repulsive to me after having eaten olives, and that's what you're going for. Don't do it.
It's definitely the worst pizza topping.
I like it on pizzas. I like it on sandwiches, and I like it in vodka. That's where it's good.
No, it's
blue cheese. I had these blue cheese stuffed olives that are repulsive. They are huge. They're like the size of a goddamn testicle. they're fucking. They like split it perfectly. They must have done it by hand, and they pump it full of the most tart blue cheese you've ever had, and then they throw it in whatever that olive juice is, that pickling brine, and then send it to me. And I keep those in my fridge, and every now and then I'll pop one of those in my mouth when I walk by, and they are disgusting.
Why do you keep eating them?
I paid so much for them that there's just no goddamn way I'm throwing them away. And I make sure that someone sees me every time I eat one, so they think I'm fancy and refined.
Wow! He didn't popping an olive in his mouth.
One of my blue. There they are. Not that brand. Those look. I wouldn't want Amish buggy brand ones, but
honestly, I bet the Amish make best, like really good ones.
Yeah, they made those they're making those by hand, though. I bet you can see where they punched out the pit. And
I'm surprised that you dislike olives so much, and they don't bring anything to pizza. They don't bring enough
flavor. I recognize the flavor, and olive paste is really good on sandwiches too. I like.
You know what? I think pineapple and chicken gets too much hate as a pizza topping.
No chicken, but I can't control the quality and the texture of the chicken meat.
True.
It's never good. That's the problem there. That's why I'm against it. If it were good, like white meat shredded chicken with buffalo sauce, that sounds amazing. But it never really is. So, but pineapple on the other hand, that comes out of a can. It's always good. So I like pineapple and jalapeno and pepperoni on my pizza. That's how I order pizza.
Really? Yeah. A little pineapple adds some zest. It adds some sweet. It adds a little tang. It's a good addition. I like pineapple.
I've never been more sure that I'm in the majority opinion of
you got the spicy, the sweet, the salty. It's good.
Pineapple is wonderful. Pineapple is delicious on its own, but it doesn't belong on pizza. The temperature of a wet, moist piece of pineapple does not return to room temperature at the same rate of every other bit of the pizza. So you have colder than the rest of the pizza pineapple.
Wet it's hot. It's hot when I bite like the pineapple. Like I can tell that when the pineapple juice
instantly
hits my mouth, it's hot.
What's it like 4 minutes later as it cools faster than the pepperoni? Then the
Are you
sauce
sure it cools faster? I think it has more thermo capacity. I think it cools slower. That you can eat a cold pizza and the pineapple still is like a boiling inside.
Yeah. If anything, it's too hot.
You know, I think you lack the pineapple experience.
Fuck you.
usually I've got to cool that pineapple off when it gets to me. Say, whoa, honey, don't bite it. There's pineapple on there. You know how hot that stays.
You know what does
hours
that for
at
real?
a time. It's like a thermos.
Jackie makes meals for me, and they have
I think it's creating heat.
Cherry tomatoes. You cook a cherry tomato, that thing is burning hot when the rest of the meal has cooled off. It's just a time bomb waiting for you to bite and explode its roof of your mouth burning juices.
I love eating cherry tomatoes. It reminds me of that scene in Return of the King when Denethor is eating little tomatoes on his pewter plate, as obviously Faramir is riding back towards Osgiliath, trying to seize it from Gothmog, the lieutenant of
I don't know any of this Harry Potter shit.
Sauron's armies.
Yeah, Sauron's armies.
At the behest of the Witch King. He's
at the behest of the Witch King, who just arrived from his keep at Minas Morgul. Of course, concurrently, we obviously know that Sam and Frodo were making their way up to Shelob's Lair. But anyway, let's just talk about Lord of the Rings for a while, man. I'm just talking about Lord of the Rings. I want to rewatch. It's a scene that I love in Return of the King, but like lots of movies, if you guys are similar to me, like I don't want to watch a scene that I recall so fondly. Like I like the build up into it. Like I like watching the film again. Like that scene when they're in Minas Tirith and the troll is banging on the gate at the top of Minas Tirith, and Gandalf is with Merry Pippin behind the wall, and Pippin's like, "Is this how it ends?" And he's like, "End? No.
This is the end.
Doesn't end here." And then like he does that whole thing, and like it's such a fucking excellent scene. And every time I get to that in the movie, I'm like, damn, I'm glad I watched the whole movie to like get to this one again.
Yeah, I like that scene a lot.
Love that scene. Get shivers.
And in the background, you can see the whole battlefield in the distance, Mount Doom and everything. And then you see
which movie is this?
Return of the King.
The third one. Yeah. And then all of a sudden at like Minas Morgul, that green fucking spire of energy shoots into the end of the sky, and they see, and Frodo and Sam see it because they're right there. And Gandalf and Merry or whoever looks up and they see it too. And it gives you that cool perspective because it's rare in the movie that you're like, I wonder where Gandalf is right now in perspective to Frodo. But in that moment, you're like, oh yeah, Gandalf's basically looking at Frodo in that moment. That's cool. Yeah.
It's a great
they're about to, they're going to remake that thing and they're going to fix it this time. It's going to be so much better. Not only that, Warner Brothers is going to fix Harry Potter for us.
I heard that too.
No, I don't care about that.
Yeah, that's not your.
Actually, you know what? In solidarity, I care about that.
Who should they cast as Harry Potter? Tom Holland.
The person who's going to be Harry Potter, we don't know. It's going to be a 10-year-old child.
It's probably a famous 10-year-old kid out there.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be. It'll be all 10-year-old kids because they want to do a year of the show for every year of the book. 7 years, 7 seasons, starting with 10-year-old.
Oh, it's children. TV.
Yeah, on HBO.
Ah. So then
they might fuck.
Owned by Warner Brothers.
So they're going to pick they usually, when they do this shit, like pick an unknown actor, right? Like, especially for a kid.
It will be a 10-year-old. So again, how many 10-year-old actors do we know?
Yeah, I follow them when.
There's little Jimmy. Little Jimmy got his notebook.
Stevie, best actors. I guess that's not true because Frodo did a bunch of stuff. And I don't know if Daniel Radcliffe was an actor before Harry Potter, if they just threw him in that.
They were little children who we'd never seen before. All of them were. I think that it was like a big casting call.
They did a really good job of the casting. Like, all jokes aside, in Harry Potter, those stars turned out to be good through young adulthood.
As actors, you mean?
As actors, yeah. And a lot of them sort of grew up kind of attractive, like Hollywood attractive.
I don't think any of them were ugly.
Yeah. I guess I was thinking of Weasley, but whatever. He's not ugly. It's easy to get that wrong. You know, how many kids like get super fucking awkward and weird looking, or they're good at acting at 8 and they're terrible at 14. They get all self-conscious, and you can see them thinking about what people think about them while they're acting.
What makes a child actor interesting looking can often mean that they'll be a bizarre looking adult as well. Sometimes, like, you see them grow, it's like, oh man, you're the cutest kid ever. Yeah. And they mature into a weirdly aged, cute man, but cute because he has childlike features. Somehow, like Macaulay Culkin has a bit of an odd look to him, especially a few years ago when he was dating Mila Kunis, or maybe 8 years ago. He looked real.
Zach, can you find 2 pictures for me? I want to see Bran Stark. Bran Stark from Game of Thrones in season 1 and season 8. Bran Stark in season 1 like I did not see him growing into like an ugly young adult. And Zach will find season 1 in a second.
I don't remember him being ugly. I remember him like being way too fucking big for his wheelchair with his like gangly like 16-year-old boy legs. But I'm trying to picture his face. Maybe
I remember him being super ugly. We'll see if you agree. So there he is in season 1, especially on the left, right? That's a cute kid.
It's a normal looking kid.
Yeah. And then find a season 8 for me. Try to make my point. Find them all.
Try to make my point.
Okay. You don't see him there though. Like I like that it's juxtaposed and you can see how attractive he is on the left. On the right, like you have to get a better picture in season 8. He doesn't look good.
Maybe I'm misremembering. Honestly, every time Bran was on screen, I don't fucking care. Like I just every time he'd come on there, it'd be like enough.
Every time season 8 was on your TV, he didn't care.
But oh shit, we've been having so much fun. We're at 2:20, and I haven't let everyone know who the show's brought to them by. This episode of PKA is brought to you by RealDBG.com. Hold on to your dicks, folks. We're going to need some parental advisory warnings for this one. RealDBG.com has got the goods, and I'm not talking about candy. We're talking about 100 milligrams of Delta 8 infused gummies, 50 milligrams of HHC infused gummies, 1 gram HHC and Delta 8 cartridges, and a 650 milligram bottle of Delta 9 syrup that will knock your socks off. And forget about spring has finally come. RealDBG.com has all seasons covered, from the dead of winter to the heat of late August and everything in between. These gummies will have you melting like the polar ice caps. The cartridges are like a supercar the way they outclass the competition. And the syrup is going to, and be fucking careful with the syrup. The shit's strong. So come on down to RealDBG.com. That's RealDBG.com, and get as stoned as the statue in your local park. Just remember to start slow, and before you'll know it, you'll be soaring higher than Woody and his paramotor. The euphoria will have you feeling like you've conquered the skies. Get ready to have a night you won't forget, or maybe you will, depending on how hard you hit the syrup. Use code PKA23 for 23% off your whole order. That's 23% off your whole order. That's a big discount, folks. That's right, people. 23% off your whole order. You can indulge in our premium THC products without burning a hole in your pocket. Just remember, always consume responsibly. So yeah, RealDBG.com, code PKA23. That's almost 25% off, and that's a quarter off. My God, that's a huge amount.
Right.
So this is the syrup. Check that out if you like.
Not enough people use prime numbers in their percentage off.
I don't think so. Then check out the carts as well if you're interested in those. Those are probably the most gentle way to get into it, since it's not as intense as an edible. And of course, you can check out the Delta 8 100 milligram and the HHC 50 milligram. Again, those are very strong. Use those cautiously and have a fun time. Don't start slow.
Is the HHC 50 milligram?
Yes.
Like, how would you compare that to the 100 of the other stuff?
I would say they're about the same strength, but it felt different. It felt like a different high. And at the time, it felt like the high was coming on more quickly, but that's probably just anecdotally me. But every time I take those, I feel like I'm starting to get high in 20 minutes or something.
Yeah. And the
like
syrup
it's almost
is even
drinking
faster.
Alcohol kind of feeling. Like as soon as you drink, you're like, okay, it's already in my bloodstream.
I definitely think the 100 milligrams are still stronger. Like if you're looking to get housed, like fucked up, like 100 milligram one, I think that's still the strongest thing they've got. But don't take that to mean these 50 milligram HHC are not real deal. They will fuck you up. So
it's my preference. I like the high better. It feels slightly different, more like silly giggly.
I'm out of the ones I normally take, which are wacky weeds. Is that right?
Yeah, wonky weeds. Yep.
Wonky weeds. Thank you. So I've been taking half of the 50, and I wasn't sure. Like, am I like half a cool kid now?
Yeah.
Nope, not quite. I'm about a third of a cool kid.
Well, you should be getting more very soon. I'll double check for this. Make sure you send out your supplies for fun evenings.
Thanks.
This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's going to help you out, spewing huge loads. You're going to impress your friends, your family, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, whoever you want to impress, who's you're a partner with in your sex life. if that's how you roll,
strangers
whatever.
on the same roller coaster.
Yeah, if you're doing that with your fucking dad, I want you doing it right. You know, so if you're having sex with your dad,
don't come like a chump.
Don't come like a chump. That's my boy. Father. That's what he'll say. That's my boy.
Don't disappoint your father with a weak fucking load. Yeah. Take the locket load.
That's my son. As he's wiping his forehead of
and don't let your fucking ejaculate slip down back into normal, less than super physiological levels.
Absolutely not. Once you've experienced the way you can bust, you won't want to go back. More sensation, more enjoyment. That's what I think. That's what we all think here. So check it out.
Coupon code.
Excellent code PKA or code Jizz. Get anything there at Derek's site that you want. And I just got a shipment today from him. And did you guys get it of a bunch of energy drinks? So I guess he makes I got like a 12-pack of Gorilla Mind, like Arctic White energy drinks today. And so I haven't tried one yet, but it's pretty cool. If you guys want to try energy drinks.
I'm halfway scared of a Gorilla Mind energy drink. You know, it's like maximum effectacious dose of caffeine, taurine, and some other enes that make
I'm absolutely going to check to make sure that because I bet it's like a bang. Like
take
I would
it
imagine.
At 9 a.m. Do not take it at dinner. You'll be up till tomorrow.
Dude, I made a mistake. Well, not a mistake. I felt like I had to today. Like I don't drink caffeine afternoon hardly ever, but like 4 p.m. came around and I was just tired and dragging ass today and was like,
why don't you take your daily nap?
I don't take naps during the they throw me for a loop. I don't like naps.
How do you get through the day?
Well, I usually get through just staying awake.
The real question is, what were you doing awake before 6 p.m.
Just raw dog in life, huh?
But I had a coffee, 150 milligram caffeine coffee at like 4:50 p.m., which is later than I've drank caffeine in years. It's a can and it says 150. It's a little like coffee shot little thing with like 0 calories or maybe 5 calories. I don't know. And I had that and I shouldn't have drank the whole thing, but I was like, I'm very tired and I need very energy. And so I like drank all of it. And at like 5:10, 5:15, I'm like, I'm ready for the show. Like I'm ready to like start talking, start doing this. By like 5:30, 5:35, I'm pacing around my house because I'm like, I shouldn't have had the whole fucking thing, you dumbass. I'm like sweaty a little bit, right? I was at the beginning of the show. Like I could feel my hands being a little swety from.
I wonder if you'll crash during the show. Like if the last hour you're gonna.
I hope not. We're only an hour and a half left, so I'm gonna have so much fucking trouble falling asleep tonight.
I drink every night. For video games. I'll probably have another cup of coffee tonight.
That's insane.
It doesn't bother my sleep. I honestly, it makes me kind of sleepy in a weird way. If I have a cup of coffee late at night, it'll tucker me out. I don't know. There's just coffee in general.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if you drink that much coffee, you're probably just so desensitized to caffeine that it just doesn't really.
I do drink soda like all day, probably a 12-pack of soda a day, and then 3 cups of coffee, maybe something like that. Okay,
that's shit ton. Yeah, because you don't get caffeine-free soda, do you?
No. What would be the point?
That's what I drink. Caffeine-free Diet Pepsi because I don't want to be up late.
What?
Yeah.
See, that's why
it tastes the same.
That's why you're so bitch made that a little Starbucks one shot has you trembling, like your little delicate flower about to lose her fucking virginity.
I am a bitch.
Jesus Christ, fucking gonna have to harden you up. You got a new Taylor got a new gaming mouse today. I'm excited. I'm gonna get it. We're gonna be in the pro league soon. We're gonna be hosting our own tournaments. It's gonna be great. Oh yeah, mouse buddies for life now. the Logitech 502 or whatever.
Logitech 502. It's very nice. They need to make mice.
That's what
bigger. Yeah, a little bit larger, and that would be more comfortable. I think it'd be easier to.
I do this with my hand. I'm like scrunching these 2 fingers. My ring finger and my little finger have to do kind of a scrunchy thing at the bottom to really wrap my hand around.
Taylor, let me see your mouse.
That's the same one.
Yeah,
we got the wireless pad.
No, I just have the wired one.
Oh, yeah, I also have the wired one.
Wait, that wire unplugs, right?
From the computer if I don't want to use my mouse anymore.
Yeah, it's wired.
No, I wanted to plug there too, but I just take that out.
I hope this doesn't pull out.
No, mine is just the wired kind.
That would be so upsetting if this came out of my mouse right now.
I feel like it's not, and you just don't know. When you buy the mouse pad, you replace the weight in the bottom with the battery. Do you have this circle in the bottom?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't.
No. This is an older mouse. This is a wired mouse. I prefer a wired mouse. I don't want to.
I think
lose my mouse.
Oh, never mind.
Now it's attached.
I thought you were going to talk about the delay, which is like I guess a real 2012 complaint that's been solved many times. But yeah, I like I feel like the wire and its differing levels of resistance as I try to pull the mouse around messes with my aim. But the wireless is free flowing and I can aim better.
Mine's like loosely hanging off the back of my desk here, so it doesn't
it never compresses when you ask it to bend more, or like sometimes when I pull it towards me it has to drag over the corner, like the back edge of the desk.
Did you leave the weights in your mouse?
It's been replaced with a rechargeable battery.
It's probably pretty heavy too. I only ask because my mouse is very heavy, so I enjoy I wouldn't want it like having to like jerk it to like get some slack or anything, but I don't notice any resistance really, and I
don't either.
I'm so bad at keeping things charged. It would be frustrating if I ever wanted to. I guess you just plug the charging cable in and that works. Yeah, so that's how it works.
Yeah, or in my case, so I know you like a gigantic mouse pad that is basically your whole desk.
It literally is.
Yeah, but I have a oversized mouse pad that is the recharging wireless recharger. So I haven't thought about mouse charging in like 4 years. It just lives on the mouse pad and charges it.
You got this gaming mouse and you just don't game anymore, like really at all.
Well, now you're just saying hurtful things.
I don't think, that's okay, Woody. You've just moved on to a different period in your life where train conductory, motorcycling, being the dark wing of the night,
the fish, yeah,
and being a reef keeper.
He doesn't have time to learn.
Jackie and I rode the motorcycle to a fish store today and bought snails, and then rode home.
They had quite an experience riding home.
Yeah, they did.
Never been.
They sat in the top case on the
Whee! I just imagine them with little helmets on, sitting on the seat behind.
I like it.
She's riding bitch, and then the slugs are riding bitch behind her, like hanging on to her a little bit too.
They're all jiggling around.
I'm thinking,
you guys. I had. Do we have the same keyboard, right? Corsair something or other.
I've got a Logitech Huntsman. It's just a cheap ass. Like I just really don't care when it comes to that stuff. If it feels good, I'm okay. But I know that I could break this keyboard over my knee right now, and I wouldn't break a sweat.
Have you had it for a long time?
A year and a half, 2 years, something like. When I bought the last PC, the big red over here, that's 2080 Ti or whatever it is.
What do you use that for now?
It takes up a bunch of space on my desk here, and I also. Sometimes I use it to charge my phone.
You have a full desktop to charge your phone.
This is plugged into a $3,000 computer that I use to charge my phone and vape cartridges. What I should be, if I stream, it'll be a dual streaming setup. And if I had a loved one who wanted to get into PC gaming with them, then we could make a little LAN center here. That's the idea. And if I wanted to do any sort of video making, look at that. There's a whole nother very powerful PC.
Dude, I thought about
quite cutting edge for gaming.
I thought about the LAN thing too. Because my old PC isn't like nice, but it has a 2060 Super, so it can still like play most shit. And so like that can play Warhammer, not in the same quality of this, but like
you talk about like growing up to be a fucking. I want to talk about growing up to be a goddamn champion. How people train their children to be fucking winners. I love it when I see it, and I hate when people give people two shits about it, like they wouldn't do the same thing if their kid had any talent. You know, Shroud grew up with a LAN center in his basement.
That's not surprising because his
dad was also into gaming and built his son a LAN center downstairs where all the neighborhood kids could come over and have fucking tournament gaming in the basement.
What cool!
Of course, he grew up to be Shroud.
Yeah,
like what else was he gonna be? You know what I mean? Like he didn't really have anywhere else to go.
Is he still killing it as a streamer? Is he as big as he ever was?
Yeah, he's real big.
Congrats, Shroud.
Well, he's not a personality streamer. He's like a talent streamer with gaming. So like that, I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying like those people tend to last longer, it seems, where it's like, who are you going to watch? Well, I'm going to watch this guy who is also slaughtering people in this game. And then when this game comes out, he'll slaughter them in that.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that people like him too. You know,
I've never watched this.
You might start by like you might get addicted to him by watching the montages and the great moments. But after a while, it's like
at this point.
Say it again.
I like his personality more at this point. I saw this little clip the other day, and it was like, Shroud makes so much money, he doesn't know how much things cost anymore. and it was like multiple little clips of him, and like I can't remember what he held up. He's like, "Yeah, there's only like 30 of these. They're $8,000 a piece. I think I have 4. I think I have 5. Oh yeah, that one too." And it's just, just really no concept
50
of the value of money anymore, because he's getting those guys make tremendous amounts of money when you're getting paid to play the game and then paid to play. He gets paid to play the game twice, right? They're like, "Will you please play our game? We'll give you this large sum of cash money." And then the audience obviously continues to pay him to play the game as well. So it's
I used to think that was bad. If Shroud's endorsement matters to me, I'm very influenced by influencers. Like I'm that guy. And but if it's like a paid, if he's only playing this game and he's kind of pretending to like it because he's getting paid to, I don't know.
I think the pretending to like it thing would be the difference. I like that those guys. I mean, I still watch a bunch of Jack Frags, and he's playing whatever's hot. And he's like, "Oh, this week I'm getting an early shot at Darktide." I didn't mind that he was playing the game that I love and like know so much about as sort of a gun for hire in the video making field, because he showed it plenty of love. He played it for a couple days. He was right in his review, accurate in his review, and then he moved on to the next game. And I always watch.
Is that the one that's like that Dark Soul?
Darktide is the one that you were gonna play, but you didn't. The one where we smashed the rat. It's the sequel to Vermintide.
Oh, I did. I played a couple rounds.
You did play. That's right.
And my computer broke, and then I didn't get back into it. Yeah.
So I think
you had me right there. Now. I was there leveling up my character so that I could be an asset to the squad, and then I went took me weeks to get that computer fixed.
Yeah, I'm waiting on them to update that game to go back to it. But I think there's a mod now that you can use to have a scoreboard, so I might play it at some point. But we're really into these RTSs. I think I know what the next game is. I'm going to expose Taylor to. I'm like his drug dealer.
Tell me, but don't tell him.
We started out with a little MDMA. That'll relax and make him feel like he's loved. But we're about to slide into some hard drugs. Company of Heroes 3. Oh, we're going to Rust, but we got to go into guns slowly with an RTS, a top-down World War II RTS. We're moving our troops around. He and I used to play a bunch of Company of Heroes 2, and the third one came out this year or late last year, and it's very nice next-gen graphics. So I think I'll go to that next. Although he does like the fantasy side of it's much more played than the game we play right now on the multiplayer level.
Yeah.
It's not that the game we play right now is a bad game or an unpopular game. It's just that the single-player side of it is where people seem to gravitate. Much more so than the multiplayer. Although there is a scene there for that too, with YouTubers and cash prize tournaments and that sort of thing.
Have you been riding your bike much?
Whenever the weather's good, I probably ride at least once a week. I think last Tuesday, I went out when it was really nice, because I think I rode the day we did PKN. I remember that thing.
Last night, my friends, it wasn't last night. It was 4 p.m. And they're like, "Hey, Woody, we're riding. You want to come?" And a couple times they've invited me, but they do it Facebook Messenger. And I see it 6 hours later. And I'm like, "Oh, man, please invite me next time. I didn't see this until just now. I was doing whatever." I saw it. It was 30 minutes. So I did it. I jumped it. I hopped on my bike. I raced over there and we went riding. And I thought it was going to be spirited riding on the street. It wasn't. They went straight to the dirt. And it got rough. 2-foot deep mud that people were stuck in. My friends were falling and getting their bike stuck, where we're grabbing it and trying to pull them out of the mud. And it was long dark. It was 9:30 p.m. or something like that, and we're deep in the woods and we're lost.
I can smell the steam on your exhaust.
Right. But it was a blast after it was finished and it was kind of successful.
Oh, well, I was really glad I went out last night. I wrote again today.
No, I've been pretty sick this week. I don't know what the deal is exactly.
Symptoms?
I think it's probably a combination of things. It's nasal congestion, and it is absurd. I take Cialis every day, and it's as much for blood pressure as anything, but it always makes my nose really stuffy. Mm-hmm. And Jesus, I think it's a combination of pollen, and I had to change the air filter in the house and maybe something else, but I've got this compressed can of saline, and I tilt my head to the side and I put it in my top nostril, and I blast high pressure saline in my top nostril, and it shoots out my bottom nostril. And then I lean the other way, put it in my left nostril, and I blast saline out my right nostril. And then immediately I blow it all out. And it's huge amounts of saline. It's disgusting. And then I use a nasal spray that's meant to stop the fucking mucus. And then still, like, I'm just blowing my nose all goddamn day. Like right now, it's the first time I haven't had symptoms. And yeah, I would love it.
This is what I do. So I have allergies. And you live in Georgia, and I bet that's what this sounds like. And this is the new cool kid anti-allergy med. The FDA just made it over the counter like in the last couple of years. And compared to the other over the counter anti-allergy things, it makes you a little less exhausted.
Oh, okay. I usually take Claritin.
Okay. Well, if that works for you, cool. But this is like, okay, well, maybe you could try this.
Well, it's not helping this anyway. I don't know that this is necessarily allergies because I haven't had allergies in the past. I'm a little worried that it was that air filter because that thing was filthy. I fixed that. But man, it's been hard to sleep. It's hard to get both of my nostrils to work well enough that I'm not just panting through my mouth most of the day. Literally tonight is the first time in a week that it hasn't been bothering me.
The BPAP is amazing for that. I'll have like a stuffy nose all day, right? And I'm like, how am I going to even sleep tonight? Because I need to breathe through my nose with this BPAP thing. You know when you do the pressurized nose thing, and then for a moment your nose works?
Sure.
That's all night on a BPAP machine. It's just like open up and then you can breathe.
Can you sleep on your stomach?
No. Definitely not my stomach. On my side, a little. Other people have different, like if you have the MIG fighter thing that covers your nose and mouth or just nose, then you can sleep on your side well. Mine has a strap that goes here. So if you sleep on your side, you close half your airway and it's not as good.
You asked about sleeping on your stomach. Do you ever sleep on your stomach, Taylor?
No, I sleep on my side.
Yeah, that's a real bitch move.
I was thinking about sleeping on like my back. If you said you
slept on your stomach,
you're off the show.
I'm off the show.
I mean, I would just leave. I don't care what.
No, I sleep on my side with my ass out.
And you're back on.
And winking.
No, since I got the BPAP, I literally sleep like a vampire. Like not at first. Like at first, I'm usually cuddling Jackie in some way, and then this, and I sleep like this on my back, like not ankles together, just like a vampire.
See that?
Is it to protect yourself from the dog attacking you, or you always slept like a corpse?
No, it started with the CPAP thing. And I guess I could sleep like a soldier. I guess my chair stops my arms, but I tend to just do this, or maybe I grab a wrist.
No part of you wants to like, or I guess are the kind that you need. They don't even have a side sleeping option.
They have a side sleeping option. I view them as less attractive, and I'm trying to look good for my wife while asleep in the dark.
Turn that light out.
Yeah. Dude, it took me
honey,
years
there's so many lights on that fucking pressure mask you're wearing.
You got art.
What if it had lights on it?
Like a PC.
Like those useless sci-fi lights. Just all over it.
There's an exhaust. Where the hell is your exhaust? Like under your nose, and then there's another one here, like the top of your head. And if I am positioned wrong, the one on the top of the head can like touch a pillow or the headrest. That's what it's called, right? The headboard. Anyway, so it goes all night long because it's like a little bit obstructed. I hate that. I have to move immediately. And it's like, did anyone else hear? Does anyone else know that I have a BPAP on? This is like, it's a secret I'm keeping for the last decade.
Do you wake up if you roll onto your side? Do you wake up like
No. I could probably sleep on my side. I probably have, but I
always sleep on my side.
Less air.
I usually have a pillow and like sort of one of these.
Yeah.
I thought back sleeping was the best.
Straight on my back.
And it's best for your back too. Like the side is a curvy spine.
I think the spine is naturally curved, going back to our snake ancestors.
It's true.
I sleep as my ancestors did, curled into a little coil.
Curled into a coil in the woods on wet leaves.
Sleeping on your side is the most
in my burrow.
In my burrow, when I hunt
with my younglings
for rodents.
Sleeping on the side is the most common sleep position. 54% of adults sleep on their sides. Its popularity might be because of inflexibility of the spine as we age. That part.
I think it's just
inflexibility.
They're making it sound like because as people get older, they're no longer able to lay down flat, so they're just like a teeter-totter on their curved spine, so they just end up rolling over like a C. Flop.
What's the healthiest sleep position?
Whatever gets you the most sleep, I bet. Like
upside down, being held by your feet, like Tom Cruise in your bariatric chamber.
No, you
got to do that. Side or back. Nobody wins.
Definitely. Well, stomach loses then, so we know that.
Yeah, I definitely like to curl up into a little protective ball in case I'm attacked in my sleep. My dogs will absolutely attack me while I'm asleep. They'll jump and like pounce with their feet on my chest, my balls, my stomach, my face. Like they'll just jump on me out of nowhere. So I'm sort of protectively curled up and protecting myself most of the time.
So
Enderman sleeps between Jackie and I and puts his head on my chest. It is very clear I'm his favorite. Like like she tries to say she's Enderman's favorite, and she's like, "You love me more, don't you?" And like 100% of the time, he's like, "No." He'll come over to me instead. He'll like leave her mid sentence and go get love and affection from me.
I gave Toby a haircut. I shaved him down, and his ears were matted, so I had to shave him all the way down with no guard. And so now his ears that used to be covered with thick fur are just naked, and I'll like massage his ears in my hand, and he just goes, "Oh, that's the good stuff." It's like you can tell every time you do it, or if you use your nails to like scritch his ears, he's just like, "Oh yeah, wow!" It's his favorite thing. He loves it so much.
Enderman loves it when you scratch behind his ear, but it's a problem. It's like, first of all, he's tall, but he leans over and puts his head just a little too low for it to be a comfortable ear scratching, and it's heavy, and he's leaning into it. So it's like having a 45 or something doing bicep curls, just like scratching his ear as this dog pushes down against your arm. And after a few seconds of it, it's like, boy, like if you'd cooperate a little more, I'd do this longer. But as it is, we're done.
He doesn't know.
That's such an enormous fucking dog you have.
Yeah, he's pony sized.
This guy that I've got, after I got him shaved down, he's much lengthier than I thought, but he's very tall and just a goofball. Yeah. I love that dog. I think this might be my favorite dog I've had. He's great.
Oh, that's sweet.
He's got a really good personality, and he's just really loving.
Don't let Rocky hear that, though.
Well, Rocky's great too. Rocky's got a lot of personality, but he's also like pretty old. So he likes to lay there a lot and do a lot of sleeping, which I can get down with. I'm a big fan of those things myself.
He naps with you.
Everybody naps with me. I took my sectional couch the other day and made it into a mega couch where I just, instead of an L, I turned it in on itself and just put them together.
Oh, we used to do that.
And then I just threw blankets and pillows and everything all over it. And then the dogs and I get onto mega couch, all five of us, and they're just all over me. And then the mailman, son of a bitch, he'll show up outside, and then everybody just jumps up, like
scratching you on the way out,
like tearing me apart to get to a mailman who's on the other side of a wall. And I was asleep, and like one of them kicked me in the dick, and the other scratched my eyeball. And it's like, why y'all do this to me?
Oh, my Amazon package is here.
Thank you, Toby, for alerting me.
What if there's a bone?
And just fucking awful. And then here's last night, dead asleep. I'm asleep downstairs on the couch, passed out, watching Turin play fucking video games. And at about 3-4 a.m., I hear bleh, bleh, bleh.
Oh no.
And this dog is just vomiting on the hardwood right next to where I'm sleeping. And I can hear it hit the floor. There is so much vomit. and I it's pretty dark. So I take my phone. I'm just like, oh,
on the carpet.
You just need to glance at the vomit to see how much it is. She has thrown up her entire like dinner. It's like, how did you even eat that much? So got that all cleaned up, and it's hard to get back to sleep. So watch like 5 more minutes, 10 more minutes of YouTube, fall back to sleep. 5 a.m.
Oh,
the other one vomits.
The other one. Maybe the food's off.
Yeah, we're gonna go to some new food now because the kind I have isn't expensive enough.
No. I'm
just gonna start cooking them people food. It'd be cheaper than some of the dog food I end up with.
You should if you just threw like chicken and just made them like ground beef or some cheap
I don't think
shit.
they can just eat that though. They need like grains and veggies. They're omnivores, I think. So they're supposed to get. They definitely can't be on a carnivore diet like wolves can. Wolves. That's the thing about having a wolf dog. I believe they're on a 100% raw meat diet. A raw
pain
meat
in the
diet.
ass that would be.
Yeah,
How
it's
expensive.
a real luxury. It's a real luxury pet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people impulse buy wolves unless they're the kind of person who like is so wealthy that like they impulse buy all sorts of things. They don't just impulse buy wolves. They impulse buy boats and cars and shit.
Yeah,
people like Mike Tyson. He bought tigers.
Was exactly what I was thinking of with the tigers,
which is a cool thing to own. It is cool to own a tiger. It's pretty. Where did he keep it?
In his house, like there on the grounds. He was talking about the difference between lions and tigers. It's fascinating. It's one of these days he's often a little druggy, so it's kind of hard to get interesting things out of him. You get funny things, but I like retrospective Mike Tyson, who's got all of his wits about him. And he said, lions, they live in a pack. So they join your pack. And as long as you're the boss and they know you're the boss, they'll stay in line. And they'll look after the other members of the pack. Tiger, they have one-on-one relationships. Me and him are good. Y'all don't want to fuck with him, though. Stay away from him. Don't look at him.
Don't look at my tiger.
Don't look at him.
Did Tyson think that he had like a defense against the tiger? I mean, he's the toughest guy in the world, maybe.
I mean, at the time he was beating the shit out of everyone. He could be that
said
stupid.
Something one time, like what did he say? I can't remember. He may have thought he could beat up his tiger. He might have thought that, but of course he can't because it's a tiger.
Or he was just talking big for promotion stuff. You'd have to be a real dummy.
I never saw Mike lie too much. He didn't have to. You know, he's already such a big, scary. Like his resume was there. He didn't need to make up some shit for you to be afraid of Mike Tyson. Like his appearance and demeanor and background and just what he did in the ring were all terrifying. You know, that gap in his teeth was so scary to me. Like everything about him was scary.
The towel's scary to me. Everyone else is coming out in these extravagant outfits, right? These like silk robes and silk shorts and like I don't know, they wear crowns. Nowadays, when you watch a heavyweight fight like Tyson Fury and the other guy, they're wearing 10-foot tall cosplay costumes with stilts that weigh 30 pounds, or one guy's on a throne, like a big velvet throne getting carried by people. Tyson would like cut a hole in a towel, throw it over his shoulders and walk out there. And it was just like minimalist in a scary way. Like I'm about
I ain't going to be here long to look at.
he was like, you know, the Stallone that trained in the woods or something. Like I don't need a fucking crown or a silk robe to be a badass. You think he raped that woman?
I don't think he did.
I don't know. So I used to think he did. Now I'm like, oh, this is a guy who could get sex without that. Like, and so a lot of times people who rape either can't get laid or they hate women. And I don't think either of those describes Tyson.
I don't either. I don't think he's or it's often, you know, someone who wants to do that violence to a woman, who wants to control a woman or hurt her in some way. And I don't think that of him either, even that version of him. And I've heard him speak on that and like talk about what a despicable thing they call him and how that'll be on my name forever. That'll be on my name forever for that despicable thing that treacherous whore said about me, like, or whatever he said. He's a little he can become rather verbose at times. It's fun listening. His one-man show. Taylor, tell me you've seen Mike Tyson's one-man show.
I didn't know he had a one-man show.
Okay, so that's how he rebuilt his career. No, it was the first step to becoming modern Mike because this. All right, so there was Hangover Mike, there was Tattooed Mike, and there was Mike the Loser. That's who he was in the early 2000s. He had lost every time he tried. He was on drugs. We didn't even know he was ruined. We thought financially, physically, emotionally, all that stuff. And he comes out with this one-man show that's on HBO, I think. It was after the Hangover stuff, but he is in a suit and he is telling his life story in one of those. He's got like the mic on a headset kind of thing, and he's doing it's a performance, and he's good. It's so good. It really brought him back to allow him to become the modern Mike Tyson that he is.
I mean, I need to watch this then. Like that'd be funny.
The one-man show, and I everything Kyle said is fantastic. I think that might be on. Is it Undisputed Truth? Is that what it's called, or is that something different?
No, that's what it is.
That exists. Truth. Okay, yeah.
Oh, maybe that's a different thing.
Well, no, I remember it. I just don't remember if that's Mike's thing.
Mike Tyson, Undisputed Truth of 2013. So 10 years ago?
Does that sound right? 10 years ago, or is that his second one?
No, that's about. Well, I don't know if he did a second one, but that suit looks familiar. I remember like a light lavender or white suit that he was wearing, and I remember him being very sweaty and often like toweling the sweat off his face as he delivered this really funny, self-deprecating life history story that hit all the high points and told great. It's very funny and very emotional. It's great.
Okay, I think Undisputed Truth is a one-man show, but the title of the show is Undisputed Truth, and it's on HBO. And I agree with Kyle. It is fantastic. I didn't know Tyson had storytelling like that in him. You can tell he had some like production help, and maybe some expert storytellers coached him up, and then he does it all by himself on a stage, just killing it. And it's not like it's funny, but it's not like he's trying to be a comedian. He's just lived a fantastically interesting life, and he lays it out there. And Undisputed Truth is fantastic. Yeah,
he's one of those guys who can be funny without trying to be funny, and at times that can often be scary. I've seen one of his older Joe Rogan interviews where Mike says something. I don't remember the exact situation, but he says something, and Rogan was like, "Oh, that's pretty good stuff." And Mike's like, "No, it's very serious, very serious thing, very serious thing." And just,
it sure is. Yeah,
I don't know. And I think Joe had spoken about it. But he's like, "You sit across from the guy. He's like a fucking gorilla, and you just know he can kill you."
Can Joe Rogan beat Mike Tyson?
Not even close.
No.
Are you sure?
Close.
What are the ages?
Times sure. Yeah.
He's not that much older than Joe Rogan, right? They're both in their 50s, I think.
Something like that.
Oh,
yeah.
I see what you're saying. Like maybe Joe Rogan's jiu-jitsu is going to help him or something. But I just think Mike Tyson's a ferocious individual in a room when he's mad at you. You know what I mean? Like we're not going to go out and step in a ring. We're not going to stretch out. He's coming across that table, Joe Rogan. And at first, you're not going to know if he's serious. And like then Joe Rogan will know he's serious. It's too late.
If they take away striking and they start on their knees, right? Like undeniably, Joe Rogan's better at jiu-jitsu on a mat, right? Can he force that situation? Does Rogan have the takedowns to handle that striking?
That's not how it's going to go down anyway. He's going to come across that table, Joe Rogan. He's going to put hands on you. And at first, Joe wouldn't know if it was for real or not. If it was a little joke, little bit. Maybe Mike's being silly. And then by the time he did know, it's way too late. Way too late for jiu-jitsu. It's almost too late for a handgun. Like if you had the handgun pointed at him, like maybe, but once he starts wailing on you, like on the floor of again, we're not in a ring anymore. We're in Joe Rogan's studio. You've upset him, Joe Rogan. You're in trouble now. I think Mike kills him if he wants. Jamie too.
I've never seen Jamie. Who knows? He could be 7'2".
I've seen him. He's not beating up Mike.
Jamie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, who is?
No one's beating up Mike except for a younger boxer. You could take him.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of Mike.
No, you shouldn't be.
I can smell bitch in his blood from a mile away.
I've heard you say that many times.
I dare Mike Tyson to allow me to make a lot of money being.
He's gonna back down just like Diego did,
like they always do. These
how about boxer
types.
How about a triple dog dare? Now he can't. He can't when he's been triple dog dared to fight you.
It's like that scene from Josie Wales. It's actually Uncle Leo from Seinfeld, and in an earlier point in his career, he's squaring off with Clint Eastwood's Josie Wales. He's like, I always wanted to face off with one of these big gunfighter types. And his buddy's like, he's probably got another pistol at. Shut up, Marv. And of course, Clint Eastwood does have another pistol. It's the whole thing. Yeah, I could definitely destroy Mike Tyson. You know, yeah. I just don't have any fear.
You just don't want to, like you're busy.
Yeah,
I don't want to hurt him because I respect him in his career, and I wouldn't want to diminish him anymore. I wouldn't want to do that. This is exactly how Chael Sonnen talks about Mike, but Chael actually wants the fight, so he'll think. I know. Well,
Chael could take him. Isn't he like in his 30s?
Chael wants to make some more money. Chael's like 50 or going on 50. Let's call Chael 44, 45. But he's a martial artist, and he'd love to.
46. You're close.
He wouldn't get beaten up by Mike Tyson. He wouldn't get put in the hospital or anything. That's not what would happen. He'd get in there, he'd mix it up like he always does, and he'd get a big paycheck. So whenever Mike comes up, he'll throw some shit on him and hope that Mike, but in a kind of a heel kind of way.
Can Chael beat him in MMA though?
Yeah,
I think he does.
Yeah, of course.
Tyson only ever did boxing.
That's where Chael probably beats him in boxing at this point. But Tyson's old, man. Tyson's old.
Yeah, he is. He's 10 years older than the other guy. He's 56.
I remember Tyson's original comeback fight. It was like 2004, 2005, and he was fighting this guy that I don't think I'd ever heard of, and he got smoked then. And I remember, man, that was so long ago. That was like 20 years ago. That was his comeback fight. 15, realistically, probably. Maybe 20, though. Yeah, maybe 20 fucking years ago, he had a comeback fight that he failed at. He's not a real, maybe I think a lot of Chael Sonnen, too. So I don't know. I like to imagine.
Based on what you guys have said, Chael Sonnen seems like the funniest person in the UFC world.
Dude, you don't even know. Chael Sonnen was this close to being the champion of the world twice. This close.
He's a Renaissance man then. Ultimate fighter, ultimate entertainer, commentator. Seems like he can do it all, right? Trash talker, that seems to be a core competency of his.
Yeah, I think he's a promoter first. I would say that Chael Sonnen is he wouldn't like that though. He would want to think of himself as a martial artist first and foremost, I bet. But I think he's a promoter first and foremost, and a martial artist after that. If he hadn't promoted himself, he would have never risen to the heights that he went to on talent alone. He promoted what he was and got that and main events for belts somehow.
Is Masvidal fighting this weekend? I think he's fighting really soon.
Against Gilbert Burns, I think he's a dog to Burns.
Yeah, dude. When's the last time he won a fight? 2019.
Well, he smoked Colby in that street assault last year.
Okay, that time he sneaked up on Colby from behind and hit him when he wasn't looking.
On the streets of Miami.
That is not sporting at all.
No, it wasn't. That's sort of like quick starting a game of Total War.
Yeah. That's sort of like or bringing multiple regiments in renown.
Exactly like that. Same
untoward.
Scenario. No, the big fight this weekend is Israel Adesanya trying to get his belt back from Alex Pereira.
Fourth time's a try. They always say that.
South American savage. Izzy showed up wearing a slave collar to the fucking pose off. I'm calling it a slave collar because I can. Still. I think there's a clip of it here. Someone linked it here. It looked to me like a real fancy dog collar. It looked like it had like a cantilever sort of latch that sort of when you flick the latch over, it all sort of gets tighter like those fancy and that's what he's wearing at the face-off. Meanwhile, homeboy's wearing like a plum suit that it looks like he got from Goodwill. And those guys are... Anywho.
What is with all these costumes everyone's... Okay.
Yeah. I think Izzy gets smoked again this weekend, though. I don't... That dude's beaten him 3 times in a row. I don't see him beating him. Not do it. He'll do it a 4th.
$5. I'll take Izzy.
I'll take Izzy. Yeah, I guess so. Although Izzy was winning the first round of that first fight. If that first round was 10 seconds longer, Izzy takes him out in the first round. So we'll see. It'll be fun. I don't like Israel Adesanya, but I don't like this guy even more because he's just I don't know, some kind of South American tribesman who barely speaks anything. Like,
so
fuck off, dude.
Do we have a bet or no? Either way.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. I'll take big tall Indian who doesn't speak
whatever.
well. Pereira or something. It's not spelled like they would want to say it. One of the problems with names that I'm sure affects you is that Chael Sonnen does a thing that I like to do that I've always done, and that's say things incorrectly because people in the comments will want to correct you, and it drives up participation.
Okay.
You'd be like, no, I'm pretty sure that Georgia was the first colony. Yeah, that was the first one settled. No, trust me, it is. And then there's like 800 extra comments down there, and he makes a point to incorrectly pronounce people's names.
You know what else he did? He would make a point of capitalizing with no rhyme or reason in his tweets, and he just like people be like, I'm gonna fight John Jones this weekend. Why is weekend capitalized? Like, why did you do that in all caps? What
did you hear? What he made for that fight?
No.
I think he said $8 million to fight John Jones is what he made. What he took home.
Wonder if it's true.
I don't think he'd lie.
What? Chael Sonnen?
I don't think he'd lie about that part of the business because someone could be like, "No, you didn't. Here, look." And, I feel like someone could do that to him. I don't know. He said he made $8 million. I'm in a position to believe him. I saw his house. It's very nice.
Is it an $8 million nice house?
Well, I doubt it. He didn't blow the whole check on the house.
You know what's interesting? And again, you never know if Chael lies all the time. Everything he says is a lie. Probably. Maybe. Not everything. Like, it's hard. He lies so much. It is difficult to grab the kernels of truth that might be in there. And I lost. We were talking about fighter pay.
Chael lies a lot.
Yeah. Fuck.
About his pay. Well, I don't watch his shit.
He made $8 million.
But he's an entertainer, right?
I lost where I was headed on that. But I never know what to make of his stories and what's true and what's not true. You know, the thing he said where John Jones broke his record about most drugs found in a drug test.
He didn't mean that literally, though. I think sometimes you might have a hard time telling when he's like joking and when he's not, because he does it with a straight face. Everything is delivered the same way.
He said it so many times.
Yeah, but he doesn't mean it literally. It's kind of
that's like what lying is.
Well, I could see that being like.
He also said that he saw the Nogueira brothers feeding a bus a carrot.
But that was so outrageous. That was so outrageous. You weren't supposed to believe it. But whatever. John, I made $8 million in this fight. You're like, I don't know if that's true or not. Shit, I don't know. Half the stuff he says is untrue, and I don't know where the truth comes in and where it doesn't.
The big news for the UFC is that they and the WWE are now under Endeavor's big old comfy umbrella. They're owned by the same parent company, and that is going to allow all sorts of intermixing. It's going to be fun. I love that has happened. I hope that we do see some intermixing. I hope that it means that people like Brock Lesnar can't like do that thing that he would always do when it's contract time and mess with the fucking like rankings and stuff and mess with the schedule. But that aside, I like some WWE pizzazz thrown on my real sports where they actually get in there and do it. Because
how do you feel about freak fights?
Don't go too far. I don't want to see anybody who's not medically fit to be in there, who's not competent.
What if he's a YouTuber? What if who's the?
I don't want to see.
We've had him on the show a couple times. He's a legit sort of MMA guy. He was in YouTube boxing. And he's a purple belt. Years ago, he was a purple belt. He's probably better, but that now. Overt Flow. That's what I'm going for.
Okay.
What if he's a black belt? Jesus. So he's a BJJ black belt now. He challenged me to roll with him. I was like, he's bigger, stronger, and more talented. What am I supposed to do with you?
Yeah, get out of here. Well, no, I want my freak fights to be compelling. Like that's what the UFC does. Every fight they put on fun fights. So I don't want to see some no-name guy. No offense to Overt Flow, but you can't sell pay-per-views that Overt Flow.
They get Logan Paul. He's a good wrestler.
Well, that's a whole different fucking thing. Yeah. Logan Paul is its own thing. He's a Mount Rushmore of modern fighting and promotion. kind of guy.
Did you want to see him in the UFC, even though he's not as good as any of the UFC fighters?
No.
What about that wrestling champ? I can't do his. I don't know.
Bo Nickel, who's in the UFC and like
pro wrestling. He was.
You know who
I'm talking about?
Anybody from pro wrestling?
Really? I thought you just said you did. You wanted to see
Brock Lesnar?
Yeah.
I never liked Brock coming over. I didn't enjoy that. I remember when I can't remember who it was that he wrestle fucked and then like mangled their face I didn't like how he fucked up Mark Hunt on, like I didn't like any of that. Like you had some legitimate heavyweights that were as close to clean as modern athletes get, and then you had that big gorilla come over. You knew he failed his test, and you let him give people brain damage. No, I never liked that stuff. A freak fight to me
Sometimes you do.
Yeah, I suppose.
If it's John Jones. I'm just
his
guilty.
Opponents know what they're getting into. They know John's on fucking drugs.
As opposed to Brock Lesnar's opponents?
Well, all right. So comparing the two is definitely potatoes and apples or something, right? Like Brock Lesnar is just freely injecting anabolics and getting enormous and huge, like to a crazy proportion. John Jones has never looked like some big anabolic monster. He's just been, to me, he's just a little bit stronger and quicker maybe than the average man.
Than the average fighter.
He never like overpowered anybody, like he's not stronger necessarily. He's just better.
Chael Sonnen talks about when he fought him, and Chael's like, I'm juiced to the gills. I'm taking all these steroids. And I'm like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to beat John Jones. And then he put his hands on me. And I was like, oh, I know your secret. You're juiced too. And he lost that fight badly.
Yeah, freak fight to me would interest me to see a lady fight a man. That would interest me. But I almost don't want that to happen in my precious UFC octagon. I want there to almost be a separate class, like a minor leagues, where they do the freak fights.
You know what I want?
That they don't step on our mat. And
how do you pronounce your girl's name? You like her a lot. I think she just lost her title.
Valentina Shevchenko.
Thank you. What if she's getting ready to do her walkout and her opponent backs down, gets injured for whatever reason, isn't fighting?
Yeah.
I would love it if they're like, anyone here want to fight? Who in this audience thinks they can take on the assassin, the Bullet? What's her name?
The Bullet.
And for some like dad who lifts weights to be like, I think I could take her and see what happens.
Well, there's commissions and drug tests and weigh-ins and getting the bout certified. And
of course.
I don't think male on female combat is legal anywhere. And but all that aside, I like the silly idea of something like that happening, and I would love to see it in a movie film. But I think the man on woman fight would need to be like, man, Chris Cyborg's the perfect one to throw against a little dude. Like have Chris Cyborg fight a small man, or who's that woman who fights in Japan? Her name's like Gabby Garcia. Zach, show us a photo of Gabby Garcia giving us like a double bicep.
People you're picturing are men.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're going to fight a man. Like have Gabby Garcia, a woman with a vagina who's been using a lot of testosterone.
Her T levels are way higher than mine.
Have her fight a man like Woody. A man since and that I would watch.
Jesus Christ! Look at
in there. By the way, she's taller than you. Yeah,
dude. Old pictures.
Natty.
She was hot. She was a hot.
She's got a
pretty,
cleft
chin. I remember her being like an Instagram hottie, like way back in the day. I don't know if I can find a picture. I might be exaggerating, but she was something
you're right.
else.
She was hot. Yeah, her voice
is fucking Easter Island headed bitch. She's enormous.
I have never seen a woman in my life with
so much
triceps like that bitch has. They are insanity mode.
It's got to be like an amount of tea that you could slosh in a cup.
It's less than what I take. I bet it's less than what I take.
There's no way.
She's a woman. I promise you. I bet she's taking less than what I take.
Really?
I bet she's not taking like tremendously more. Yeah. It's fucking testosterone. It tells your body to make fucking muscles. It's not like fuel that we need like an ounce of a day or something.
Are they allowed to in this Japanese league, like they don't give a shit. Like juice yourself up.
That's
pretty obviously. Yeah, they don't care.
She fights in a number of promotions, I think, but it's usually some silly stuff. But I've seen her beat people unconscious. I mean,
like
it's real
exhibition
fighting.
matches.
No. They're fights. I mean, she might do some exhibition matches. They all do over there in Japan. It seems like it's always this mixture of WWE and professional wrestling where it sort of walks a line, and occasionally you will see a performer get beaten by an athlete. So, and you're like, whoa, that guy's a performer and that guy's an athlete. Yeah, we didn't tell him.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We told him it was a play.
Like there's a guy in there with a luchador mask doing that thing where they run at the ropes and bounce off of them. And then the other guy's like on his toes, fucking stretching out and fucking. It's like,
that's a shitty situation to put you in where the luchador guy's like, come on, play ball, like trip me or something. And you just get punched in the face.
You may have seen my favorite fight from over there of all time. And that they have a Japanese granny who was probably like tough. She was probably like famous on Japanese social media, had like 80 likes or something. She's like a 75-year-old grandma who like boxes. And they threw her in there against a good female boxer. And she just smokes her. Holds nothing back. Holds nothing back. KOs her. Like, no.
Wasn't okay.
Knocked her the fuck out. It's so brutal.
Do they like drag her out of there, her frail and broken body?
It's one of those things where the ref is like, no, we're done here. Like fuck. And she's laying on the ground. Oh my God, yeah.
This woman
is that her? Is that really her?
What?
I've only seen like the beating in the ring, but if that's the Japanese granny that woman beat up, the other woman was like a lady athlete. You know what I mean?
That brings great shame if that's the case.
Oh, great shame.
You bring a great shame upon you.
Got that Canon 5D there. Oh, well, all right. She looks spry.
I guess show this.
Look at that cross-eyed bitch in the background.
She's not doing her hands right.
She got over her special glasses.
This is hot Gabby Garcia. Zach's about to pull up this picture. And I couldn't find, I wanted regular hot, like walk around hot. This is obviously at the end of a very tough cut, but she's beautiful and gorgeous. And now she's kind of a monster.
Yeah, but she wins way more fights now.
She does. And she probably has more money because that's her job.
I'd suck that big clit.
What?
Yeah, get down there. Did
you fight her?
I gag on it. Oh, God damn, lady.
Yeah, she's like her deep voice.
Ma'am, your clitoris.
Yeah, you like that? You like that? You like that? You little bitch.
Let me throat fuck you with my clitoris.
Throat fuck you with my fucking massive clit. Pull my newfound.
You couldn't stop her.
Suck me.
You couldn't stop her. Yeah.
You can't stop me.
You've got to fake it.
But I want you to try.
You better fake it you've got to fake it on the streets.
You got to fake it on the streets.
The ones that don't fake it, they're the ones that get it the worst.
The ones that don't fake, they're the ones that get it the worst.
I was just watching this shit. I've been watching It's Always Sunny. I watched the water park when they go down the slide and Max instead of buying tickets, he's wearing the same goddamn bracelet from childhood that he said laminated. So of course he gets hung in the slide and they're wedged in the slide now all day. Yeah, it's a good episode.
It is a good episode.
I think a new season's coming out sometime soon, but I haven't seen. I don't remember last season. Oh, I want to talk about South Park. That's it. This season of South Park is good. This is the best season of South Park in a long time. The last episode was about hot dogs or something. That was a little lame, but the rest of them have been quite good. And I think in the last one, the boys got into Warhammer 40K coincidentally, and it's spring break, and Randy wants to like hang out with Stan. He's like, "Come on, it's spring break. We do whatever we want. Your mom's gone." He's like, "Really? Can we do 40K?" Hell yeah, we could do 40K. Like, oh, weekend, all my friends come over, we can do 40K. Yeah, like all weekend 40K. And like clearly has no idea what that means. Like, we're gonna 40K the fuck out of this. And then they set up the fucking table with the green styrofoam. And
is this a new episode?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna watch this one.
Yeah, they're playing tabletop 40K, and Randy thinks they're just fucking losers and wants to get them drunk and some like hang around girls and stuff. Yeah, have like 20-year-old man spring break, even though he's 40 and they're 8 or something. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, they're all into 40K. So that was neat.
Dude, after watching a video or two on YouTube of top-down video of people playing the 40K game, like I 1,000,000% can see how that would be a blast. But I would never, ever, ever want to own that stuff or do it. But if I went to like a GameStop show, like game store for like a Friday Night Magic or something, and I got like knocked out early or something, and they had one of those, because like the thing about game stores is like it's similar to the gym in that like the people there are so into their thing and they love sharing what they're into with other new people that like if you get there and there's someone playing Warhammer 40K and like you ask like, can you teach me how to like, can you like show me the ropes a little bit here? Like almost a guarantee that person's going to be like, dude, 100% here. Like, let's play a quick game. Like that would be a blast. Like setting up the little figurines.
You ask one of those guys how to get started. You're like, all right, I'm going to buy my starter army. How much is it going to cost me? None of them have the social skills to answer that question correctly. They don't know how to do it because they're into Warhammer 40K. So none of them can say, it's going to be several $100s and you'll be okay. But $1,000 if you really want to have a great time. They can't do that. They can't boil it down. Like, what do you want to be? Do you want to be the fucking the Nurglings of doo-doo isles, or do you want to be the fucking Space Marine to the sky? You want to be a blood dragons or bone dragons? And they always have a speech impediment without fail. The guy who's going to explain it to you. What? There's nothing wrong with that. I end up feeling like a loser just by being associated with them.
It doesn't make you feel like a king standing there where you're like, damn.
I'm into so many nerdy things already, man. Just let me have this one thing that I don't do.
I'm not saying that you have to get into it. I'm saying, let's say you and I were at a game store and there was a setup board and they were like, this is like the free-to-play thing. We're trying to get more people into 40K. This guy here's going to teach you to play. Of course you'd play.
You know what I'd rather do is Dungeons & Dragons. That's what you could tip me into much more easily, because every now and then I'll catch some little short of some guys playing Dungeons and Dragons. Clearly, they have a YouTube channel devoted to that, where everyone's sitting around a table, and they're very good at it. And I don't know. I find that interesting. That is a game that's clearly
good at Dungeons and Dragons.
Being creative, and if you're a dungeon master, it's being creative and explaining what's going on and enforcing the rules and interpreting things. World building, sure. But each of the characters, the guys who was playing, seemed to really know the ins and outs of the game and the things they could ask for. I don't remember the specifics. It was something, they were in a bar and one guy wanted a weapon, but they couldn't have weapons in the bar. And he's like, I will have the largest bottle of alcohol you have, please. Empty. They're like, we can't do that. Are you refusing to serve me, wench? The whole thing like that. And I was like, I could get into this. Like the idea of being silly enough to maybe find ways around their rules of
I've played it before
and have fun.
Good time. I didn't know any of the rules or anything. The group I was playing with like kind of handled all that. I just had fun with like being a character and like joking around and doing that and trying to like, because it's not a video game. And so if he's like, ahead of you, innkeep speaking to a shady person in a hood. You don't know much about him, but that's the innkeeper that the Goblin King referred to.
Yes.
What do you do to get past him? And then like instead you can be like,
can I sneak down the alley and overhear the conversation?
It's like, or you can say something like, okay, we're in the Empire. Okay, and they care a lot about keeping the religion there. Okay. I sneak into an alley and yell out a blasphemous comment to draw away the guard. And they'll be like, all right, roll initiative or roll whatever this. And then you have to roll to try and escape from it or whatever. And so like you do it from like unique angles. That's a terrible example because I'm not like...
No. I think it's a good example because your character will be better at sneaking or escaping based on who you're playing as. If I'm the drunken oaf tailor. Well, you fail to sneak because your sneak skill is a 2 and reroll. Yep, you fail. You're caught by the guards who imprison you for your drinking tab at the end, my drunken friend. Yeah. All right, let's see if you can roll to pick the lock. And your last lock pick is broken. Now you must prostitute yourself to Olaf the Barbarian. Let's roll to see if he wants anal.
Yeah, it's fun. And like, yeah, you're right. Like you have to be like, well, I don't want to sneak and do it. Kyle's playing a bard character. He can probably do that. And he's very sneak or something to that effect. I would totally
see myself enjoying that, especially if there's any visual representation. I'm sure we will all have game.
You get to do voices.
Yeah, I could do that. I'd like to get voices too.
Hell yeah, dude.
Most of the things that I thought were lame as a kid turned out. I think those people allowed themselves to have that reputation so they can have their cool kids club. That's what I choose to believe about train conductors in their garage and Dungeons and Dragons players. Those are the cool people amongst us.
Those are the cool ones. Those are the guys who say, I know what I like and I like what I like, and you can fuck off if you don't like it. Those guys. The alpha, the Sigma male train folks.
That's right. That's right. Conductors of the world unite.
I still every once in a while will look up that video of the dude with the fisheye lens pointed at his own face who like freaks out at train passings. Have you guys seriously not seen this guy's channel? His name's
I've seen it.
Lord something maybe. He's obsessed with trains. Zach, can you find a photo of this gentleman? Just a still of him with the fisheye, please.
It's not one time.
No, this guy, I went to his Instagram like a year, 2 years ago. And it's
Are you buying it though? Are you sure he's not just like playing up his train fascination?
I'm sure he absolutely loves trains because apparently he had been making those videos long before he was getting any traction. But I mean, he's got a fisheye lens pointed at his face,
right?
In the most ludicrous way possible. That's hilarious. And like, this is absolutely a joke. Like Francis Bouge, or maybe it's not a joke. That's the thing. It's so fucking funny seeing his face like this. Because have you seen these clips, Kyle? Have you seen?
I have never seen whatever this is. He'll stand there
over like a train track, and he'll be like, he's British, and he'll be like with this camera, right? And he's like, here it comes. It's the Tyson 720. It's here. It's here. Try and get a honk. It's the Tyson 720. I honked for me, and he's like freaking the fuck out at it with this face. And
sometimes
I wish
he calls it like doing the tones. He's doing the tones. He's doing the tones. Oh, if he's gonna do the tones like that, you better believe I'm going to drive to the next train station and get him to do the tones again. And he just gets his car. He starts like booking it, trying to race the train.
Really?
Honk.
Yeah, I hope he's genuine. Taylor, are there things you can't enjoy?
It's about as genuine as Dude Perfect by the time he gets to his 19th video.
Oh, don't say that.
I mean, that's obvious. Yeah.
Are there things that you don't take pleasure anymore that you once did? Something that used to excite you to go do it, and now you're just like, nah.
I mean, it'd be like way back to like teenage years, but like I used to be excited when we'd like go to movies and stuff, like friends like meeting up at the movies and everything. It just doesn't happen anymore. Like nobody goes to, like, if I haven't even considered going to a movie in
Taylor,
years.
You should put out, you and your friends have a group text, do it. Pitch it.
What the problem is really, it's not that I don't like movies anymore. It's that I'll like think about going to a movie and then I'll check and be like, nothing right now, but maybe in 7 months there's something I like.
It doesn't.
There's a Dungeons and Dragons movie, and I've heard it's very good, and I think I'm going to go see that. And so if that's showing near me, I might go see that in the next week.
Do it.
And I'm the
kind of shocked if that were good.
Really? Oh, yeah. It could be fun.
I actually did hear something good about that. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I just know the last one was a comedy, I think, with John C. Reilly.
I didn't even know they had another D&D movie.
Pretty sure. It's been a while though.
I remember like hearing from people in church when I was a young kid that Dungeons and Dragons was very bad. And there was never an explanation other than like, I guess Dungeons and Dragons sounds scary.
Demonic?
Like, I don't know. But the same thing happened with Pokemon for a while. I remember hearing that. My parents didn't give a fuck about that. Like they didn't care. But yeah, the amount of stuff that ended up just not mattering that you thought,
I think my mom gave me a hard time about X-Men once. Because maybe there's a character called there's some of the characters' names are vaguely biblical. There's Apocalypse and Beast, and I just remember thinking, don't be a bitch. Like you're annoying enough already without trying to take my favorite fucking cartoon away.
Yeah, like Beast. Like, come on, get real. It's a pretty common word. There's a lot of beasts about.
Beast was always an interesting character. I'm glad they had Kelsey Grammer play him. Have that sort of juxtaposition between the intellectual and the blue furry.
What was the show that Kelsey Grammer was in? Frasier. Is that worth watching?
Nope.
No.
No. If you want to watch an old show, you want to watch The West Wing. It is very good. West Wing is great.
After Ghostbusters, West Wing.
He'd never seen the movie Ghostbusters. I was like referencing My Dog's Fur last night, and I was like, that guy who steals the baby in Ghostbusters 2, he's got that curly. He's like, I've never seen Ghostbusters 1.
That's actually a form of child abuse, and I hold your parents responsible.
I've seen bits of it on TV, and I have it's one of those movies absolutely that like people have referenced, and I've just laughed along because I'm like, it's too late to say that I've never seen Ghostbusters.
I don't think. Do you think it holds up, Ghostbusters?
I do. I think it's very
Everyone
funny.
says it does. I bet it's wonderful.
Yeah. There's no like period. There's nothing in there that could be dated. The CGI, it is fine. I think because it's meant to be a bit cartoonish. It's a very interesting kind of CGI. They look the Slimer and the ghost look sort of fuzzy and electrical. So you can kind of interpret that as just how ghosts look.
I feel like it's before people were good at acting with CGI. Like it was done at a time when everyone responded to visual stimuli, and now they're just pretending to see a ghost, but looking the wrong way or not getting
give it a second
right.
try. I watch this thing pretty regularly. It's fun. It's fun. It's not even about that. There's only like 4 scenes with ghosts. It's more about Bill Murray having a good time. He's just spitballing. They're all high on cocaine. Him, Aykroyd, all of them. They're all they're all on coke, and they're having a good fucking time together, making this movie up as they go. Dan Aykroyd's original script is so kooky, off the wall, nonsensical that you couldn't even make the movie. He's a legitimate crazy. If you've ever seen his Joe Rogan interview, first of all, he owns Crystal Skull. He is this perfect mixture of famous, crazy, and rich. He's obviously Dan Aykroyd. If you don't know who Dan Aykroyd is, you're never going to know. But he owns Crystal Skull vodka. That's his shit. Do you know why it's in that Crystal Skull? Because he thinks those fucking South Americans that elongated their skulls were worshiping aliens or something, and it's all about that. And he's on Rogan talking like really fast the way Dan Aykroyd does. I like it's going off really, really quick. And he's talking about aliens and Illuminati and fucking ghosts and spirits and energies that power the world.
What a fun guy to hang out with.
He's just manic, just going off on this tear. And Rogan's like, fuck yeah, tell me more.
Keep feeding me info. Dan,
what are you going to shut Dan Aykroyd down?
He had to rein him in a little bit. Like he wouldn't make any sense. And I hate it when people start with a thought and don't finish it. I know I did that 10 minutes ago, but it's impossible to listen to Dan Aykroyd think or talk because
Alex Jones
doesn't follow. And Alex Jones has an ending. He just never gets there. If you were to force him to stay on topic, I think he'd do better.
You don't understand, Joe. They have a plan. They're breaking their civilization. They're breaking away from ours. And Joe's like, who is
Drew?
The intellectuals, the scientists. And it's like, I have read. How do you know this? I've read what they've written. And it's like, if you've read what how? Who?
Yeah, it's like, where did you read this?
Joe,
you're not listening to me, Joe. I have read these documents you're referring to. Yeah, where did you read these? Joe, please, I have read them. And it's like, okay, from where? And it's like, then it's on to something else. And it's like, if you're not listening to it, like when I listen to the Alex Jones interview with Joe Rogan, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not like, oh man, I'm going to learn. Like, I'm listening because it's funny and because I want to hear when he starts being like, and the Nazis, believe it or not, the Argentina shit, that's true. But not in addition to that, the Antarctica shit is true as well. Like, I don't think either of those are true. But and then when he backfills it with his data or examples, I'm enjoying that the same way I enjoyed a video last night telling me history of the Skaven of Warhammer, where like, I'm like, that's neat. That's interesting. Like, but if you're sitting there like, what's his argument? Like, what's his point going to be? Then I can see why that would be aggravating because like he's just gonna, he's probably not going to get to it.
Seriously, I suppose. It's a shame he said that awful shit about those kids and had those families go through all that nonsense he did. Because before that, he was a mostly harmless sort of guy that we could laugh along with and at. all the time. But the Sandy Hook thing was just a couple bridges too far.
He really stuck to it too. Like, if you could think he maybe said it one time, but he didn't. He leaned into it, and then as he's being sued, he continued to say it. He kept doing it. He kept convincing people. He kept drilling that argument again and again and again. And it's like, bro, you're guilty. You're guilty of trying to profiteer off of these children's deaths.
I heard Joe talking about him the other day because Joe's been friends with him for a really long time before they were both famous. And he said that Alex sustained a serious brain injury as a young man. And he sort of intimated that that's what all this is about. But I don't think anybody's ever going to cut Alex any slack after what he said about those kids. He went too far. Like Kanye come back before Alex can. You can't.
I don't hear about either of them anymore.
Well, I saw Kanye wearing this mask the other day. Did you see the mask?
Mm-mm.
Zach, show me that mask Kanye was wearing. Kanye looks like
he was right about 21 Jump Street.
It looks like a fucking super villain. It is a good villain. Yeah, I mean, it is a good move. That's also why I like the Jews.
Yeah, it's a hilarious one. Channing Tatum really shows his comedy chops in that film.
Well, he's white.
Yes.
He's a Gentile, I should say.
A Gentile, of course.
I shouldn't suggest that Jews aren't white. Like, they don't care for that.
No,
that's Kanye's new mask.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, I didn't know that was Kanye.
Of course you didn't know that was Kanye. He looks like an orc that hasn't been painted yet.
Yeah, he looks like a Warhammer figurine.
Is the person on the left also Kanye?
But that's not his real face.
Wearing a mask on the left?
No, that can't be his real face. What? Something's off.
Is he wearing a mask on the left?
Well,
can we see his hands?
Like, you mean the dust mask?
Around his eyes.
That's his real face.
Maybe the lighting's just weird. It doesn't.
I'm actually really baffled. Zach says no. He agrees with Kyle. So the person on the left is just Kanye in a
COVID mask.
COVID mask, sure.
The inside of those masks, like those Halloween masks, just smells like cheap Chinese rubber.
No way, that's a cheap. No, that's Kanye's got good masks.
That's dog shit.
He had that designed himself.
Yeah,
that's what he looks like on the inside.
What does it say? Friendship?
It says friendship, yeah. With an extra eye on the end.
Man, that's great. I hope you fucking tease off again. Just do it again.
Go for next time. Don't make it Jews.
Yeah, a little originality. Who never takes shots? Samoans.
Gypsies.
Fire one across.
You can say shit about gypsies all you want. No one cares.
Yeah. Tyson Fury's a gypsy.
He calls himself the Gypsy King, I believe, right?
He does. He does.
A little arrogant, a little cocky, but
yeah, I beat up that Gyppo too.
You could dominate him.
Yeah,
you destroy him.
I don't think I could fight in his weight class. What do you have to weigh to get into there? What does he weigh?
I think there's probably like a height minimum to fight him. Like if you're like under 6'5", they're like, we're not going to let you kill yourself here, sir.
I think Tyson Fury's 6'7" or something.
He's like 6'9",
like 260. I think isn't he the one that gave a hard time about his weight because he was so close to 300?
Yeah, he's 6'9", 270 now.
Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, we skipped over it earlier. That was wild that they released Trump's weight at 270. That's about where I would have pegged him, huh?
I think I would have guessed close to 272. What would you guess? Like if you had to guess a peak Chris Christie? He's a tough body to guess because there's nothing but fat adipose tissue there, and that's not as dense.
330s. I bet he's definitely been in the 330s. Like I don't know. I've seen him like in person, and that is a big fucker.
You've seen Chris Christie
shorter
in
than
person?
Trump. I went to the rally with I was 40, 50 feet from him. I wasn't like shaking his hand or anything. He was up there on the stage. But
5'11"? Oh, dude, if he's 5'11" at that size, I bet he's closer to 400 than 300.
He was so bulbous. He had that like you could not figure out where his crotch was exactly. Yeah,
just like a malformed belly.
I think it's like underneath, like in there somewhere.
He had one of those like fat people bellies where like, when people get so fat that they just give up losing that lower belly and they just tuck that into their pants.
Yeah,
and then they have like a permanent deformation of fat cells because of a belt pressure. Like that seems like that level.
The military guys do that a lot. I see.
Yeah, no, not in the service. Hoorah!
Yeah,
like
right up here. You want it up high like a bra strap.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's going to be a good part about getting old, wearing high pants.
Yeah. I'm going to put my fanny pack up there. That's what I was talking about.
Do you have a fanny pack? I have one.
I wear 2.
I didn't want one, but I turned 50 and they made me get one.
I've got my main fanny pack, and then I got the decoy that I wear up front.
Decoy fanny pack. As you're being robbed, you're like angling your body to keep the real one away.
Yeah. I got $20 and some snack crackers in the front one.
Wait, is that the riches or the decoy?
You crazy? Of course, that's the riches. And the decoy, I've just got a bunch of Q-tips that but I dropped them and they got stuff in the cotton. So you're
some loose change. None of it's silver, of course.
Yeah.
Now my gushers.
And there's a very broken Nature's Valley granola bar.
Yeah.
They'll never get all the crumbs. The functionality of fanny packs is really great.
They should come back.
I think they are back to
everyone who needs to come back. Yeah. And no joke, shoulder pads. Shoulder pads make you look good. They make men look good. They make women look good. Shoulder pads are boss. I have a motorcycle jacket.
Okay, you went ahead and quoted Michael Scott. I was gonna.
Wait, did he say that?
Holy shit! It's literally a Michael Scott quote.
You don't like a nice wide fin?
Those shoulder pads are really boss, man. Michael says, "Remember when people?" Everybody's mad at him because he's the boss, and he's like, people used to say, "Boss," like about something that was good. It's like, those are some really boss shoulder pads, man. You know? Oh God, that's funny. That's so good. No, sure, shoulder pads look good in everybody, and military uniforms are a perfect example. I think we should all have those shoulder pads like the military have with the little
tassels
dangling off of the tassels. I like that look. Now this is just silly. I don't know what we're seeing here. He looks more like a turtle or a poorly circumcised penis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's safe though.
He looked like he was really not enjoying what he was doing. He looked very, very hot, very sweaty.
Yeah. Are you gonna play Warhammer after this night?
Yeah, after I eat, I'm probably gonna play. I'm gonna run a few scenarios. Get my notebook out, jot down a few outcomes. And then collate that data, and then I'll probably get on and get real stoned and fight some lizards or something like that.
Nice.
Woody, I'm going to keep reminding you to tell Jackie to watch Star Trek because it's so good. It's so good. It's so much nostalgia and member berries. I love it. I'm eating the member berries every time they do it.
We are watching Doctor Who now. We're on to the female Doctor Who. And at this point, I just have free reign to fall asleep during this show. Like, I don't pretend to like it. I don't hate it. It's Doctor Who. I like it. And she has that Doctor Who charm. But I just don't seem to stay awake for the whole show. I'm not engaged.
Yeah. Season 3 of Picard. That's the show. I promise you, it's like
season
the next
3 of Picard. She would love that too.
She loves
nostalgia stuff.
It's 40 years after they were doing, 1991, 1992, 1993. That's when they were doing this show in their heyday, and there they all are back. Aged pretty gracefully.
They were. I didn't know they had 40 years left in them. When I was a child, Picard was an old man. Now I'm an old man. How is he alive?
Yeah, and he's there like engage. and you're like, yeah, engage. Beverly Crusher is there, and fucking Commander Riker's like killing it this season. Riker's so good; he feels just like Riker. They've got him, and they're torturing Riker. They're trying to make him tug. He's like, "You think I'd ever tell you where my friends are?" And they're like, "We've got Counselor Troy," and he's like, "No." It's great, so good.
Can you show this jacket real quick, Zach? I have this jacket, and it's a motorcycle jacket, so it has like armor along your spine and on your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
I look so good in this jacket. It's like I'm like wide up top. I'm not gifted with a big V. I've got these big hip bones, but in this thing, I got one.
There's padded jacket superhero stuff
needs to come back. Yeah,
it looks like
I'm gonna buy one of these even without a bike. Walk around looking huge.
Just carry a helmet, dude. That's the trick. Carry the helmet under the crook of your and just go everywhere like that.
Looking fly. Yeah. And then they like watch me get in my car.
You'll attract so many men if you look like a motorcyclist.
Yeah. Is it kind of like working out where you're like, when I get big muscles, girls will want to touch them. And then you get big muscles and it's a bunch of guys who want to touch them. And it's like, when you get big muscles, you realize like women don't give a fuck about your routine or any of your bullshit. Like no, it's dudes who are like, what are you doing, bro?
I can't recall ever getting good at something that girls thought was cool.
Yeah. There were a lot of girls came to the hockey games, like in high school, and for those teams, they thought that was cool. But
that was too late. But I bet they'd like my money.
That is cool.
It's never too late, Woody. Just keep going on those couples motorcycle rides.
She just fell off, officer.
She just fell off. It's like,
this thing has an armrest. How the fuck did she fall
into that shallow grave?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Probably do pretty well for yourself.
Yeah, I mentioned we've talked a lot about like nerdy shit and like silliness this episode, and like largely like I really do enjoy when I see someone enjoying silly things. That's like, but it's not my silly thing, but they enjoy it the same way I enjoy my silly things. It's like a camaraderie of like, yeah, that guy with his fucking train shit, like I got my stupid stuff too, like magic and like that. Like I get it. Fuck, where was I going with that?
You like seeing people enjoying their weird hobbies.
Oh, the nerdy shit. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I really did have a moment where I had to pause last night in like the middle of the second video. I was watching like the histories of the Skaven in Warhammer. Yeah. And I was like, like, man, I'm spending a lot of time learning about a fantasy world right now. And there was an urge to be like, oh, this is like really nerdy and embarrassing. And it's like, no, this is like, I'm really enjoying this.
Let me tell you where I draw the line, because I've been there. I really like learning the lore behind that stuff, and it's all made up, but it's quote unquote official because Games Workshop like says it is, or whoever that is that owns the company. Yeah. It's like, oh, this is the 10th edition. This is real. We say it is. I was watching a YouTuber who does his own fan fiction, and I was like, oh, but you're just making it up. It's all made up. That is not lost upon me. But his version of made up is more made up than their version. Mm-hmm. Their made up version is the real version, and his made up version, it could be anything. Who's to say I like his when it can change so willy nilly without the whole corporation saying, "Yeah, that is how things are."
Sure.
So if I
want Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, not Amazon's.
Well, it's also he's some fly by night YouTuber. If I allow myself to let his version into me and let that be something I enjoy,
invite him into your heart.
Yeah, invite him into my heart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he turns on me. It's going to be such a loss. I might not recover from it. So I'll only delve into the official versions of nonsense, not the made up versions of nonsense. Yeah. However, the guy I'm talking about literally has this thing about Cronan, the greatest of the orcs. And it's like a 5-hour story about this orc's life, and I think it's all made up from by him. And I still like it. I don't know. I listen to it all, but yeah,
I mean, that's creative.
I feel very silly sometimes when I'm learning about the made up nonsense, but I don't know. I like the made up nonsense. All media is made up nonsense.
It's a fantasy world, the same as Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, or all that. The one thing I did like with watching these videos though is like if I click on one of them. And it's a guy being like, George Starchild was the leader of this segment, and he talks like that. I turn it off immediately. Like there's a channel with like a British guy who does it, and it adds such an air of education to it. Where instead of like some American, some dumbass like me who talks like me, like talking about it, it's some guy who's like, and after the Skaven king fell, the new order rose, and it's like, what about? Tell me about the new order, the Council of 13, and it's like all that kind of shit. It's really really cool, and well, that's the wrong word. It's really not cool.
It's not cool at all.
There are very talented YouTubers in that space.
Yeah.
I just like stories. And it's such that universe is already well formed, so you can you can allow yourself to enjoy those stories and know that the rug isn't going to be pulled out from under you by some, bad storytelling or a bad product in general. It's always good stuff. I like it a lot. And yeah, I don't know. I've gotten to the point where I can't imagine myself judging anyone for their nerdy thing outside of those figurines and dressing up as animals. Sorry, furries. Sorry, except for Switch. You're okay. I like
Switch
that
is
guy.
fine. I like him.
Yeah, he can dress up as a blue wolf because I think it's all about him just getting as much dick as possible. And I think he dress up as anything they wanted him to.
It is.
He loves dick. All that dick.
And you know what? He knows what he likes. He loves cock. And I say, Switch, you go out there and get as much cock as you want in your fucking outfits.
Do you see him in that fucking bodysuit?
It was on the Hangout that he showed us, his the one that he made.
No, the thing he has to lubricate his whole body to get into that tight leather suit. Yeah, he wore it for us. I appreciated that.
I appreciated it too. No. He's got, he's one of the thinnest members.
Oh, for sure.
He is. He
showed us
some fat.
He did. A lot of people lost weight in Hangout.
He showed us a photo of him at some con or
including
some fuck fest or something like that. And
for now,
it's just a whole bunch of...
Sorry, Kyle. I'm enjoying the one sentence conversation or the one word.
No, I was just gonna say, Fish showed us a picture of him and all of his cat friends, and they're all in a field somewhere, like holding each other by the leash and dressed up as blue and red and green animals, and it was just a real. You just wish napalm would just rain from the sky and purify that.
Animal control.
While Switch was inside using the bathroom, it probably takes him 45 minutes to get out of that leather suit. So while that's happening, napalm the rest of those degenerates because you know what they're up to when they're not in those suits.
Stinking, smelling like absolute asshole in their fucking mascot suits.
Like Uncle, what's his name?
Their hygiene's on point.
If I sat here in a mascot suit for 4 hours, it would be disgusting by the end.
Maybe
if I'm dancing around,
mascot professionals.
I think I value Woody's opinions about things, and I think about them sometimes after I hear them later on, and I make decisions sometimes based upon them because they're always so good. However, there's one thing that he says often, and it is just so against everything that I've experienced that I don't understand what enigma created this reality. Okay. That's whenever he talks about how good Wings smells in person.
Yeah.
And it's just like every time we talk about meeting him, he's like, I'll tell you one thing, I look forward to the scent of that man. It's going to be fucking delicious vanilla and sandalwood with a hint of tobacco.
Damn, he does smell good. If that's
he smells like mahogany and fresh deodorant.
Yeah, you walk in his house and it's like walking in a Bed Bath and Beyond.
So Kyle had him for the
he smells like a man. Camp. I don't think he's like particularly smelly or anything. I'm not trying to say that about him. But he smells like a sweaty man and he
not at the billionaires thing. He was on point.
Best behavior. I linked a video in here. We probably shouldn't show Wings video, but it's just silly. I still say I've come full circle. I just want say I don't think the fight is going to happen. That is I don't know why I went out of focus when I said there we go. I don't think the fight is going to happen. That is my best guess based on all the information that I have. I don't really have any secret information no one else has, but it just seems like this shit ain't going to happen. And I told you the other day with like the idea of the whole tamale that because that's what you got to buy. You're not just saying, hey, do you think Wings is going to box? Yeah, maybe. But you're asking, hey, do you think Wings and his family are going to get in a jet and fly to another country and he's going to take his shirt off and he's going to fight another man on pay-per-view? Nope. No fucking way all that shit happens. I believe that he'll say, like, some way along the way, we're going to stop. Like there's going to be, we're going to stop somewhere through that process of getting from signing a contract to throwing a punch. There's like 15 things that are going to stop him.
What if Wings gets all the way to the locker room and then gets cold feet?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of internet villain that would make him? I would have to walk into the ring at that stage just because I don't want to face the public backlash. But maybe
you gotta go.
Do it.
You gotta go. That's it. You've signed that. I've told you about that nightmare I had where I'm being informed that I have agreed to a boxing match. It has been agreed upon on my behalf. and I have limited time to prepare for it. And the dread is that you've got to go. They're waiting on you. You can't not go. This isn't fucking, I mean, imagine at high school if Billy's going to fight Jim outside the gym after school. If you don't show, you're the pussy forever. You got to show up. Take your beating.
Zach reminded me of the survival trip. Somehow I wasn't thinking about it and equating it to this.
Oh,
but
my God.
Yeah, right. He spent weeks and months. Remember what a pussy? He called Lefty a pussy repeatedly.
He called Lefty a pussy.
I'm
not a big Lefty supporter, but that was wrong. Lefty was upfront and honest. Hey, I'm a city boy from Chicago. I'm not going down there in those woods.
Yeah.
Or whatever Lefty sounds like.
Wings was just, you're a pussy. It was going to prove what a man he was.
He was like,
he didn't play that well.
Down here in the South, it's kind of how we do things. We're in the woods with our mud flaps. And man, maybe I talked some shit too. But I planned on going. And there was never an idea of not going.
We went. We did it without him.
We were silly thinking that our fire making skills perhaps were going to be clutch, or that maybe if we could tie a certain knot, it would make all the difference. I think I had those thoughts in my head on that first little trip. But yeah, getting back to the point of the he will just not show up. Man, that was an awkward conversation.
I had this idea on the survival trip that like I would make the fire, and that would be like I'm actually good at that. And that would be my skill. And then someone else would find the food. This is a little bit like we're going on a long drive. You do the driving, I'll do the sleeping. We'll split those duties. It's like, no, Woody, what you're bringing to the table is not of equal value. This is a common thing. Anyone can start a fire and maintain it. Finding food turns out to be the impossible task.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. I think that the key to a good survival trip and show and YouTube, whatever, is exactly what they do in survival. It's enough rice to keep you going. Plus whatever you earn.
When you think about the real survival shows, the ones where they don't feed the participants.
Yeah.
It's never about starting the fire. It's never about building the shelter. They all accomplish that part of it. It's about starving. They're slowly starving.
Yeah, you're always weak. You don't have a lot of energy to think about things. Like you don't think about that, I suppose, but your mental horsepower is lowered when you're not eating. You're not as creative, and you're not as good at coming up with ways to get food.
Sometimes,
he just won't show.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're ever getting there. I don't like have a Twitter, so maybe I missed the key genesis of this thing. But it just kind of seems to me like there's not a fight. And there's not going to be a fight, and it's just fun to talk about a fight.
It is fun to chat about, and it would be
great
if it
fun to
happened,
chat about, but it would not be fun to watch like any boxing match. You can take two of the best in the world and throw them in the ring after they've been training all year to beat each other up, and it's boring. Yeah. You're telling me you can throw Boogie and Wings in a ring, and I'm going to be tantalized for 10 minutes? Get the fuck out of here! It's going to be pathetic. And when one of them falls and hurts himself, it's going to be sad.
I can take two high schoolers who hate each other, have them fight in a playground, and it's compelling. I am watching that shit. I don't think training makes fights better.
Yeah, anger and freak fights can sometimes make it better. Like I would rather, if it was between Tyson Fury and whoever fucking another good boxer is, or Wings and Boogie, like I would genuinely rather watch the undoubtable catastrophe that will be Wings and Boogie. Same. Because like as someone who doesn't care about boxing, and I don't think most of the people watching this give a fuck about boxing. Like they just want to see like Call of Duty players beat each other up, or like, fucking fashion YouTubers fight.
When I think of all the fights I could make in the world, right? Of people that are alive. GSP versus Khabib. That's kind of interesting. Maybe I'd like to see that. John Jones versus Stipe, John Jones versus Ngannou, Wings versus Boogie. I have a hard time picking amongst the fights I just listed.
Wow. Yeah, this is a personal friend, Yeah, it's probably not fair to compare because we know the man. We've met him. We've touched him.
Everybody knows him.
Yeah. But not like we do. you know, we've touched him, we've smelled him, we've looked deep into those sorrowful eyes and seen evil look right back at him.
Wings of Redemption is more famous than Stipe.
Sure. I don't believe that.
I do.
I think there's a website in there, like a clout website that like shows like current. If I just don't think so, man. I don't know. Like it depends how you
famous longer.
If you did a poll of every person on the planet and saw how many of them could spell Stipe's name and knows who he is, and who could do Wings' name and knows who he is, he'd probably win that. Yeah, I guess he in some regards he would be more notable, but Stipe's like a currently famous guy who's discussed on mainstream television.
Yeah, he's
every
way more
week.
Famous than Wings.
You know, like.
I feel like sometimes
you
because a person's
I don't
famous
know.
on YouTube, that fame gets like it's less prestigious. You know,
It's
if 100 million people watch this guy on YouTube, then that's not as cool as someone like some fucking arrested development.
Wings is more famous than Stipe. Here's I there's not people making. There's 100,000 views a week from fans devoted to Wings, at least. Probably more than that. I'm probably grossly underestimated because I don't watch that stuff. But there's hundreds of thousands of views every week on Wings, and that doesn't happen for Stipe. It happens for the sport of mixed martial arts or UFC or like a whole weight division. Maybe there might be, but yeah, you're right. Like Wings is a pretty famous guy. It's just the thing is you can't turn that into money. I don't think, but I could be wrong. I just don't think that you can turn that into money. I don't think people will pay for the Wings show. I think you could produce a Wings TV show, reality show, that I would subscribe to a service just to watch. I think you could do that. I want to see his daily life. I want to see his family life and interactions, and I want to get beyond the fake Wings. You can kind of see when he's putting up like a persona on a little bit, being funny. I'd like to get past that and just watch him live his life. I would pay for that for sure, but I
need it to be well edited and put together.
There aren't any videos made by third-party documentarians about Stipe that have 9 million views. So I guess you're right.
It's the problem. Yeah.
There used to be a website called Jenny Cam, Jenny like Jennifer, the girl's name, and as far as I know, she's the first live streamer ever to exist, and she put like 3 cameras in her house and just streamed her entire life, all of her life. She worked from home as like a web developer, if I recall. And you'd see this girl. She was like many people do in their 20s. She was like kind of hot in her early 20s and then kind of a little too chubby in her later 20s. And like, did she have sex on camera? Like a little, like, you know, occasionally she had sex on camera because sex is a part of life and she shared her entire life. Is there nudity on camera? Little bits. There were fan sites devoted to grabbing it, but mostly she didn't stream her bathroom, and every once in a blue moon she'd need to get clothes from the dresser or something, and it's just her not being sexy really, but just a woman.
Got to be an archive of that footage. Now I have something to do this evening. Sorry, Taylor, no Warhammer tonight.
Wings of
Unless
Redemption.
you'd like to join me on a quest.
Wings as Jenny Cam would be boring. I think his actual life is a little repetitive.
I will play a 37-year-old asshole. Who will your character be on our journey?
I will be a 31-year-old homosexual.
only pretending to want to be involved in the woman's photographs.
Exactly.
Wow, Jennifer Ringley. You can Google her.
Like
Jenny
Dungeons
Cam.
and Dragons.
Jennifer Ringley.
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, I don't know. She was like back when the internet didn't have interesting things, she was one of the few interesting things on the internet when it first started, before Facebook, before YouTube. She was streaming her life.
No, that's pretty
guys
cool.
Wanna call it a show?
I liked the show. Yeah, we do need to end the show. I was going to say I like that show Big Brother, though. Like the idea of it. But then it just ended up being softcore pornography then, which I love even more. So now I just stick to that.
Well, I guess that's a wrap. Next week, we should have 2 guests.
Yes,
yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a potential face-off between Harley and Dick Masterson.
That'd be great. Love
I
those
hope
guys.
there's still heat.
To the death.
PKA 642.